Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I was just the uncle babysitting for one night in a quiet cul-de-sac, until both kids swore I'd already been in their rooms, whispering to them while I was still downstairs. That was before we met the tall man with the bone bracelet. I'm 32 now, sitting alone in a one-bedroom apartment that sounds a lot louder than it should at midnight. The fridge hums in these low, uneven bursts. The AC kicks on and off with a tired sigh, and every so often a siren drags past somewhere out in Columbus. Blue and red light barely flashing through my blinds. My laptop is open on the kitchen table in front of me. The screen white and empty a second ago. A half-warm beer sweating a ring into the cheap faux wood. I've stopped checking the peephole. I just listen. If you're hearing this, it means I finally hit send on this email and someone thought it was worth reading out loud. So let me get one thing out of the way up front. I'm not here to convince you ghosts are real. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I'm here to talk about something worse. Something that breathes, that crawls, that chooses houses the way some people choose restaurants. Something that looks at kids the way a butcher looks at a cut of meat. There are a few things I do not do anymore. I don't babysit. Not for friends, not for family, not even for 5 minutes while somebody runs to the store. I don't stay overnight in other people's houses. I don't sit downstairs with the TV on while kids sleep upstairs and floorboards creak over my head. I avoid houses with balconies that look down over the living room, and I check every deadbolt twice, once with my hand, once with my ear, listening for that soft, final click that tells me the lock is actually seated. Those might sound like normal precautions for a paranoid guy in a big city, but that's not why I do them. I do them because of one Friday night in a nice neighborhood where nothing bad was supposed to happen, in a house with a hallway light that never went off, and 2 kids who kept insisting I'd already been in their room when I hadn't moved from the couch. By the time whoever runs this channel is reading these words out loud, I do not know if the tall man is still in that neighborhood or if he has started knocking on apartment doors like mine or yours. 1.1 Present day, why I do not babysit anymore. I was just the uncle babysitting for one night in a quiet cul-de-sac until both kids swore I'd already been in their rooms, whispering to them while I was still downstairs. That was before we met the tall man with the bone bracelet. I'm 32 now, and this apartment is too loud for how small it is. The fridge hums in these uneven waves behind me, rattling every few minutes like it is trying to cough something up. The AC unit in the wall kicks on with a tired groan, spits out a breath of cold air, then dies back down, leaving a silence that feels heavier each time somewhere outside. A siren winds its way through Columbus, distant but sharp enough that the sound threads through my blinds and hangs there for a second before disappearing. My laptop is open on the cheap faux wood kitchen table, screen white a minute ago, cursor blinking like it is tapping its foot at me. There is a beer bottle leaving a ring on the laminate, half warm now, and a single drop of condensation sliding down toward the table edge. I keep telling myself I will wipe it up when I am done writing this. I know I will forget. Above me, my upstairs neighbor walks from one end of his unit to the other, slow and heavy. I hear the boards creak in the ceiling, that tired, bending timber sound you only notice late at night when you are alone and listening too hard. Every time he passes over the same spot, it makes the same long, complaining groan. A few years ago, that noise was just apartment life. Now I feel my jaw clench every time wood talks above my head. If you're reading this, it means I finally did what I have been telling myself not to do for years. I turned that night into words, and I handed those words to a stranger. Maybe you found this on Reddit. Maybe some guy with a calm voice is reading it to you on YouTube right now while you drive or wash dishes or lie in bed with the lights off. I guess that part does not matter as much as what I am going to tell you. I am not here to argue about ghosts or demons. I don't know what I believe about any of that anymore. What I am going to talk about is worse than anything supernatural, because it has lungs and bones and dirty fingernails. It leaves footprints. It crawls. It picks houses the way you and I pick restaurants. And when it looks at kids, it does not see people. It sees something soft and easy to take apart. There is a reason I keep stopping and starting this email. My fingers hover over the keys every time I try to write the next sentence. I can feel the sweat gathering in the lines of my palm, making the plastic a little slick. I am 32 years old. I've been jumped before. I've worked graveyard shifts in bad parts of town. I've seen a man bleeding on the sidewalk after a bar fight gone wrong. None of that sits in my memory the way this one night does. Because of that night, there are things I simply do not do anymore. I do not babysit. Not for friends, not for family, not for neighbors. It does not matter if I have known you my whole life. If you ask me to sit in your house while your kids sleep upstairs, the answer is no. I have plenty of excuses now: work, migraines, social anxiety. The truth is, I will not put myself in that position again. I will not be the adult standing in the living room while someone else's child lies in a dark room at the end of a hallway, and I hear something moving above them. I do not stay overnight in other people's houses. You could hand me the keys to a beach house or a cabin with a hot tub and tell me I can have it for the weekend, and I'll find a way to drive home instead. There is something about being in someone else's bedrooms, their closets, their walls, that makes my skin crawl now. You can walk around a place 100 times in daylight and still have no idea what is just on the other side of the drywall. I avoid houses with open balconies that look down over the living room. If I walk into a home and see that second floor railing hanging over the family room, my stomach goes cold. All I can picture is a shape leaning over it, hands resting casually on the wood, looking down while you sit in the glow of your TV and never think to look up. And I double-check every deadbolt. Always the same routine: I put my hand on the lock and turn until I hear the metal seat. Then I press it again, just to be sure. Then I stand there and listen. Not for the click itself, but for what comes after. The way the house settles around the fact that the door is shut, and whoever is outside has to stay outside. I check the back door twice, too, even though I am 8 floors up now. The rational part of me knows nobody is climbing a brick wall to jimmy a sliding door. The part of me that remembers that bracelet of white little beads does not care about what's rational. It is funny, the little things that get lodged in your head. When I close my eyes, I can still see him the way I first saw him, too tall for the hallway, head tilted, watching us run with the kids in our arms. I can see the way his hoodie hung off his shoulders, like there was not quite enough person underneath to fill it out. I can see the strip of pale shapes on his wrist, swinging when he moved his hand. Back then, my brain filed it away as some weird handmade jewelry. Later, when the detective sat across from me and told me what they found in that wall, the image rewrote itself. The beads were not beads. Sometimes the flashes aren't visual at all. Sometimes it is sound more than anything. The ice maker in my freezer drops a cube and it hits the plastic bucket with a hard, hollow clack. And for a split second, I am back in my sister's kitchen, listening to something knock softly inside the wall. The pipes in this old building knock when the upstairs neighbors turn their shower on. And my whole body tightens the way it did that night, when I heard hands or knees, or elbows pressing along the beams over the kids' rooms. High-pitched laughter in real life, like a little girl on the sidewalk or a tick-tock sound bleeding from someone's phone on the bus. Hits me wrong. There was a moment that night when a sound came out of the dark that technically counted as a laugh, but it did not belong to a child, and it did not belong to a normal adult either. Now, every time I hear laughter that jumps into that upper register, I feel the hair lift on my arms and doors. The soft click of a latch catching keeps me awake more than I like to admit. You hear it when a bedroom door eases shut, when someone carefully closes a bathroom at 2 a.m. so as not to wake anybody up. There is a way it sounds when you close it yourself, and a way it sounds when you are lying down and someone else does it from the hallway side. I know that difference now. I wish I didn't. Right now, as I am typing this, the apartment has gone into one of those weird pauses where everything mechanical shuts up at once. No fridge, no AC, no upstairs footsteps, just the faint buzz of the laptop fan and the little tapping of my fingers on plastic keys. It's the kind of silence that makes you suddenly aware of your own breathing, of the way your shirt shifts against your skin every time your chest rises. The kind of silence that reminds you that sound is sometimes the only warning you get. I am not writing this because I want sympathy. I am not writing it because I think it will make me sleep better. I am writing it because there were bones in that wall. There was a skull the size of a grapefruit in the crawl space above my niece's bedroom. There is someone out there who wears pieces of children on his wrist and walks away from houses that look exactly like yours, shoulders relaxed, as if nothing he has done is remarkable at all. This is the story that killed whatever part of me believed in safe neighborhoods. You can tell yourself crime happens in other zip codes, that bad things happen in the city, on the news, in somebody else's state. You can point at your manicured lawn and your HOA and your Ring doorbell and sleep easy. I used to do that too. I used to think that if you locked your doors and stayed on the nice side of town, you didn't have to worry about the kind of thing I'm about to describe. I know better now. By the time whoever runs this channel is reading these words out loud, I do not know if the tall man is still in that neighborhood, or if he has started knocking on apartment doors like mine, or yours. 1.2. Suburban picture perfect my sister's street when I say nice neighborhood. I do not mean that in the lazy way people say it about any place that has a tree and a Starbucks nearby. I mean the kind of cul-de-sac they use in bank commercials and HOA brochures. The kind where the grass is cut in perfect lines, and the only graffiti you see is chalk hopscotch on the sidewalk that washes away with the next rain. My sister's street sits at the very end of a subdivision that was built on what used to be cornfields. The roads still have that too new look. Dark asphalt with bright white paint. Curbs so clean they almost shine when the sun hits them. Every house is a slight variation of the same idea, 2 stories. Siding in some shade of beige or blue. A 2-car garage stuffed with bikes and lawn tools. A small porch where someone has placed a welcome mat that looks like it has never actually seen mud. If you stood at the circle in the middle of the cul-de-sac on a normal summer evening, you would see almost every cliché lined up around you. Freshly cut lawns with stripes in the grass from riding mowers. flagpoles mounted by front doors with American flags or sports team banners swaying lazily, mailboxes with little painted flowers or hand-stenciled house numbers, minivans and SUVs parked in driveways, some with stick-figure family decals on the back window, others with honor roll student bumper stickers. Kids ride scooters and small bikes up and down the sidewalk. They skid to a stop at the edge of driveways, glance for cars like they've been trained, then push off again. Someone is always grilling on a back deck. You can smell burgers, hot dogs, sometimes that sweet tang of barbecue sauce drifting over the fences. Dog walkers go by at predictable times, the lady with the golden retriever at 6, the older guy with the pair of yappy terriers closer to 8. Sprinklers tick back and forth across the lawns, sending tiny rainbows into the air if you stand at the right angle. It is the kind of street that makes your shoulders drop the first time you pull into it. You think, without even choosing to think it. Nothing bad happens here. My sister bought one of the houses about 3/4 of the way down the cul-de-sac, on the right-hand side if you're driving in. The siding is a soft gray. The front door a deep blue she picked out herself after spending an entire weekend sending me pictures of paint swatches. There's a small maple tree in the yard that they planted when they moved in. It is just big enough now to throw a little shade on the front window in the afternoons. She works too much. I say that lovingly, but it is true. Depending on when this gets read, she's either a nurse who lives on 12-hour shifts, or a teacher who lives on grading and parent emails, or some kind of office admin whose phone never stops buzzing. Those jobs are all the same flavor of exhausted. You can see it in the way she drops her bag by the hall table when she comes home, in the way she kicks off her shoes with a sigh, like taking them off removes 20 pounds of worry. Despite that, she's one of those moms who tries homemade cupcakes for school parties, last-minute Costco runs when the team needs snacks, Halloween costumes that do not come from a plastic bag, even if she had to glue them together at 2 a.m. There is always a laundry basket somewhere in the house that she hasn't finished, always a cup of coffee going cold on a counter. But the kids are fed and hugged and kissed goodnight. She loves them, and it shows. Her husband, my brother-in-law, is a different kind of tired. Tech or sales. Some hybrid of both. All I know is he lives on conference calls and fantasy football. He's the guy who is usually in the driveway on Saturdays, hood of the SUV up, pretending to know what he's doing under there while YouTube tutorials play on his phone. He grills on the weekends. He wears team jerseys on game days. He knows every other guy on the street by first name and lawnmower brand. On the surface, he is the kind of suburban father the neighborhood seems designed for. Then there are the kids. Emma is 6. She is small for her age, with big eyes and hair that never does what my sister wants it to do. She loves glitter and unicorns and those cheap plastic rings that leave green circles on your fingers. She is shy with strangers and slow to warm up, which I've always preferred over the kids who will run into the arms of anyone who smiles at them. She still sleeps with a stuffed animal she has had since she was a baby, a slightly grimy stuffed rabbit whose nose got chewed off during teething. She needs a nightlight. Actually, she needs 2, the one in her room and the hallway light outside. If you turn both off, she will cry. Even in her own house. Lucas is 9 and leans into every stereotype of a modern kid. He lives in hoodies and graphic tees, talks about Minecraft and YouTubers I've never heard of, and cares more about his sneakers than I ever have about any pair of shoes in my life. He's not mean, exactly, but he is at that age where everything the adults say is kind of embarrassing, and everything his little sister does annoys him. He sleeps fine in the dark. He is the one who rolls his eyes at Emma's nightlights and tells her there's no such thing as monsters. It is hard to explain to people who have only ever lived in apartments or rough neighborhoods what a psychological shield a place like that can become. The street itself starts working its way into your sense of safety. You see kids riding unsupervised, doors propped open in the evenings to let the air in, packages left on porches for hours without anyone stealing them. Porch lights go on at dusk. Some houses leave their living room curtains open so you can see families eating dinner, watching TV, folding laundry, 4th of July. The cul-de-sac turns into a Norman Rockwell painting with fireworks and cheap beer. Families drag lawn chairs out into the circle and watch as someone's cousin launches bottle rockets and Roman candles. Kids run around with sparklers, drawing bright lines in the air that linger in your vision. The smell of charcoal and gunpowder blends into something that feels like childhood and summer and safety. On Halloween, the houses all go big. Fake cobwebs in bushes, motion sensor ghosts hanging from porch beams, mechanical witches that cackle when you walk by. Parents shuffle after groups of costumed kids, coffee cups steaming in their hands, dogs sniffing at dropped candy. You see tiny princesses and zombies and superheroes knock on doors, and nobody thinks twice about sending them up the path to whatever stranger's porch light is on. This is the kind of place where you teach your kids that stranger danger does not really apply here. Not with this many neighbors watching. We've had family BBQs on my sister's back deck more times than I can count. I can close my eyes and see the cheap folding table covered with a plastic tablecloth flapping in the breeze. Paper plates bending under the weight of burgers and potato salad. Kids shrieking as they run through the sprinklers in the yard. At night, the deck light throws a yellow cone over the wooden boards, and if you lean on the railing and look out, you can see porch lights winking on all around the circle like a little constellation of human comfort. If you Google their zip code, you will see real estate listings, not crime reports. 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, finished basement, great schools, low crime. Realtors talk about community feel and perfect for raising a family. There are no headlines about break-ins or assaults or missing people attached to that set of numbers. Just median home prices and tax information. There is one exception, and most people who live there either do not know it or have decided it does not count. Years before my sister moved in, there was a story that floated around the local news for a while. A kid from a town 20 minutes away went missing. Not from their street, not from that cul-de-sac, but from a place that looked a lot like it. The flyers went up at gas stations and grocery stores, a school photo printed in color, a name in bold under it. The word missing in black letters that looked too big for the cheap printer paper. I remember seeing that kid's face taped up next to the lottery ads and cigarette prices at the gas station off the highway. Big eyes, forced smile, hair a little messed up. There was a phone number under it, and a promise of a reward that would not bring the kid back, even if someone collected it. Over time, the flyers faded in the sun, corners curling, edges tearing. New ads went up over some of them. Eventually, they disappeared. When my sister bought her house, that story was already old. The flyer was long gone from the gas station door. Whatever details there had been about what kind of man they were looking for had been swallowed by all the other bad news that had come since. The missing child belonged to a different town, a different school district, a different set of worries. Everyone assumed that was somewhere else, not here. Not their perfect little loop of pavement and mailboxes and basketball hoops. It is strange, looking back now. How we can hold two truths in our head at once and choose the comfortable one. We know, logically, that bad things can happen anywhere. We can list off examples. But when you stand in the middle of a place like my sister's street at night and listen, your brain smooths over that knowledge with the sounds it understands, the soft hiss of sprinklers still on a timer, the distant rumble of the highway that never really sleeps, the occasional car rolling slowly over the speed bumps, suspension creaking softly before settling again. On a normal night, that is all you hear. Maybe a dog barking a few houses down, cut off when someone cracks a door and hisses its name. Maybe the faint buzz of a TV behind someone's curtains, laughter from a sitcom bleeding out. The crickets do their steady chorus in the grass. If you stand still enough, you can feel the whole neighborhood breathing in and out in its own rhythm. Sound is the first thing that tells you when something is wrong in a place like that. Not what you see, because at a glance, everything keeps looking the same. Houses still in neat rows, porch lights still on, lawn ornaments still smiling, but a floorboard that creaks when no one is walking, a gate that rattles when there is no wind, a voice where there should not be a voice. The night I am going to tell you about started like any other in that cul-de-sac, but when I think about it now, I do not see it first. I hear it. 1.3. The babysitting favor, the night that ruined babysitting for me, started with a pretty normal phone call. My sister rang while I was halfway through reheating leftover pizza in my own apartment, the microwave humming and clicking behind her voice. When I picked up, she did not even say hello at first. She said my name in that tight way that meant she needed something underneath her words. I could hear the clatter of dishes, a drawer sliding shut, somebody, probably Emma, asking where their hairbrush was. She told me she and her husband had a wedding to go to, a couple hours out of town, and their usual sitter had canceled last minute. There was a note of strain in her voice that I do not hear often. She is one of those people who tries to handle everything herself, who will stack 3 crises on her back before she asks for help. So when she does call, you know she has run out of options. She said they could try to bring the kids, but it would be late. There would be drinking, and they really did not want to drag a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old through all that. "You're the only one I trust overnight," she said, and I could picture her there in the kitchen, phone trapped between her ear and shoulder while she wiped something off the counter. I owed her. There isn't a dramatic story behind that. It is just the math of siblings. She had spotted me rent in bad months, picked me up off the side of the road when my car died, brought me soup when I was too sick and too stubborn to go to the doctor. Watching her kids sleep in an air-conditioned house while I raided her fridge and watched cable did not exactly feel like hardship. I told her, yeah, of course, I'd do it. I even made a joke about needing her Netflix password in case I accidentally rented something and tanked her algorithm. She laughed, the strain in her voice loosening a little, and said they'd be leaving around 5 on Saturday. Could I be there by 4:30? Saturday afternoon. I pulled into her subdivision in my beat-up sedan, the one that always sounds like it's apologizing as it turns in. It was golden hour, the kind photographers go crazy for. Sunlight slid between the houses and lit the tops of trees, turned every windshield into a sheet of orange glare. Kids were out in the cul-de-sac, scooters rattling over the asphalt, basketballs bouncing. A little girl on a pink bike with streamers in the handlebars drew looping figure 8s in the middle of the circle like she owned it. A guy I sort of recognized, one of the neighbor dads, raised a hand from his lawn chair as I drove past, a beer bottle hanging loose from his fingers. My sister's house looked exactly the way it always did on a weekend afternoon. Her minivan was pulled up in the driveway, its back end still sprinkled with the dust of 1,000 soccer practices and grocery runs. A neighbor across the street was hauling in those big, crinkling plastic bags with the Walmart logo from the back of her SUV, her trunk door chiming insistently every time she took too long. Somewhere a grill was going. I could smell hot dogs, lighter fluid, and that synthetic, smoky flavor drifting over fences. Sprinklers clicked and hissed as they swept back and forth over one of the lawns, spraying a rainbow into the air that the kids on scooters kept trying to ride through. Inside the house, the air hit me first. It smelled like laundry detergent and whatever candle my sister was into that month, vanilla some seasons, pumpkin spice others, something labeled clean cotton that smelled like chemicals pretending to be wind. That day it was mostly vanilla, sweet and heavy, trying to smother everything else. Under it, I could catch the faint tang of leftover Chinese food, soy sauce and garlic clinging to the air from takeout boxes stacked on the counter, somewhere upstairs. I heard the thud of small feet running, a door closing too hard, Emma's voice calling for her mom. "We're running late," my sister said, materializing in front of me with a pair of earrings in her hand and her hair half-pinned. She gave me a quick hug that smelled like hairspray and perfume, then stepped back to look me over like she was checking if I looked responsible enough to be left alone with her children. Her husband came down the stairs behind her, wrestling with a tie that did not want to cooperate, dress shoes already on, clicking on the hardwood. He gave me that relieved brother-in-law smile, half gratitude, half thanks for saving me an argument about canceling. The instructions came rapid fire, the way they always do when a parent is trying to condense all their anxieties into a 2-minute briefing. "Okay, so dinner is easy," she said, gesturing toward the counter. "Chinese leftover in the fridge. They'll probably want lo mein and chicken. No soda after 7. Emma needs to be in bed by 9. Lucas too, but he'll pretend he isn't tired." She moved through the house as she talked, and I followed, more out of habit than necessity. She stopped at the front door first and put her hand on the deadbolt. "This one stays locked," she said, twisting it in front of me so I could hear the solid metal click. We never use the front door much, but still. She wiggled the knob to show me how it held. The door itself was one of those heavy, fake wood things with a little frosted window up top. When she shut it, the whole frame gave a soft, final shudder. From there, she led me through the living room to the back of the house where the sliding glass door looked out over the yard. The deck boards outside were sun-bleached, a grill parked in the corner, a plastic kiddie pool leaning against the railing. On the floor inside the track of the door was a length of cut wooden dowel, a little scarred and swollen from years of use. "We keep this in the track," she said, picking it up and setting it back into place with a practiced motion. "The lock works, but this makes us feel better." The stick fits snug between the frame and the edge of the door, a simple mechanical barrier that somehow seemed more trustworthy than any piece of metal hidden inside the handle. By the front door, mounted at chest height, was the alarm panel, a little rectangle of white plastic with a cheap greenish display that alternated between showing the time and the word "ready." Her husband tapped it with one knuckle. "We usually leave it off when the dog's here," he explained, "because she sets it off when she moves around. But she's at the boarding place tonight. So if you want to arm it once the kids are in bed, just hit this button twice." He showed me the sequence. The pad beeped sharply at each press, the sound clean and sterile compared to the mess of kid noise around us. I nodded at all of it, because that is what you do. Front door deadbolt, back door lock plus stick, alarm system that they might or might not use. It was a lot of emphasis on keeping things out for a neighborhood that, on the surface, did not seem to need it. But that was just how they were. You grow up watching enough true crime. You start to overcompensate with hardware. Then came the actual kid routine, which, in their minds, was the part I was more likely to screw up. Dinner around 6, my sister said, ticking off fingers. You can eat with them or whenever. One movie, nothing scary. Brush teeth by 8:30. They can read or play quietly in their rooms for a bit, but lights out by 9. She glanced up the stairs where the children were allegedly getting ready and rolled her eyes. Emma needs the hallway light on and her door cracked. If you close it all the way, she'll lose her mind. Lucas doesn't care. He'll probably be on his tablet sneaking Minecraft videos until you tell him to knock it off. It all sounded easy. Chinese food, a kid-friendly movie, teeth brushing, a couple of bedtime protests, then a long stretch of couch and TV time for me. I pictured myself stretched out under the ceiling fan, phone in hand, sports game murmuring in the background while the house settled around me. An overnight babysitting gig in a house like this was basically a paid nap. They were still half-talking logistics as they moved toward the garage. Her husband patted his pockets to check for wallet and keys. My sister fussed with her hair in the reflection on the microwave door. Emma clattered down the stairs to give me a quick hug, her little arms squeezing tight around my waist, smelling like bubblegum toothpaste and the synthetic strawberry of kids' shampoo. Lucas followed slower, offering a nod that was somewhere between hello and acknowledgement that I existed. We should be back by late morning, my brother-in-law said, hand on the garage door handle. Text if anything weird happens. He meant someone throws up or they will not go to bed. They stepped out into the garage, the light flicking on automatically. I followed them as far as the interior door and watched as they got into the car. The engine turned over. Headlights splashed against the back wall, then swept across the driveway as they reversed out. My sister waved through the windshield, hair catching the last of the sunlight, and then they were gone. Taillights shrinking down the street until they turned out of the subdivision entirely. The house felt different the second the garage door rumbled down and cut off the outside. Not bad, exactly. Just quieter, thicker. The kind of quiet that makes the ticking of a kitchen clock suddenly sound loud, the hum of the fridge a little more purposeful. The kids were upstairs arguing faintly over something, their voices muffled by carpet and walls. I stood there for a moment in the kitchen, listening to the house breathe, then gathered up the empty Chinese containers from the counter to toss them in the outside bin before starting the night. The trash cans sat along the side of the house, by the fence that separated their yard from the next. I stepped out the side door, the late sun low and orange, the air cooling in that way that tricks you into thinking night will be pleasant. The siding of the house was warm against my shoulder as I squeezed past to reach the bins. It was automatic, the way you do chores in a place you've been 100 times. My brain was already half on autopilot, thinking about what movie the kids might want to watch. That was when I noticed the back gate. It should have been closed. My brother-in-law is one of those guys who keeps his yard in decent shape. Not obsessive, but enough that he does not leave things open that should be shut. The wooden gate at the back corner, the one that opened out to the thin strip of common area and then the next street over, was hanging slightly ajar. The chain loop that usually hooked over the nail on the post was loose, swaying gently back and forth. There was no wind. The sprinklers in a neighbor's yard had just shut off. The air was still, heavy with the smell of wet grass and charcoal. Yet the gate moved, just barely, a slow, lazy swing that made the chain clink against the wood in a soft, irregular rhythm. I stood there with the trash bag in my hand, listening to that sound and thinking, weird. I told myself it was nothing. Neighbor kids cutting through the yard earlier. Maybe somebody forgot to latch it after taking the dog out the day before. 100 explanations lined up, all reasonable. I set the trash in the bin, walked over, and pushed the gate shut. The wood met the post with a dull thud. I lifted the chain and slipped it back over the nail, making sure it caught this time. For a moment, my fingers stayed on the cool metal, as if waiting to feel it twitch back against my hand. It didn't. On my way back toward the side door, something made me glance up. Across the cul-de-sac, directly opposite my sister's place, one of the upstairs windows in another house caught my eye. The light was on in the room behind it. A soft yellow square in the gray-blue of the evening. In that square, framed cleanly by the window, was a silhouette. It was a person standing completely still, facing toward my sister's house. At that distance, I could not see details, just the outline. But even in silhouette, I could tell they were tall, taller than the average guy. The top of their head was close to the upper edge of the window frame. Their shoulders looked narrow under what could have been a hoodie or a long-sleeved shirt. No movement, no raised hand in greeting, no phone glow under the chin like someone scrolling. Just standing there. For a second, I felt something cold slide along my spine, as if a shadow of a draft had gotten under my shirt. Then my brain did what brains do, it smoothed it over. Neighbor getting something off a high shelf. Teenager staring out the window, lost in thought. Anybody. Nobody. I blinked, rubbed my hand against my jeans as if to wipe away that brief chill. And when I looked again, the window was dark. The light had gone off, or whoever it was had stepped back into the room and out of sight. Either way, the square of glass showed only my own reflection. Now a guy in a worn t-shirt standing in the side yard of his sister's house, holding on to normal life with both hands, having no idea that, for him, nice neighborhood had already expired. 2.1, dinner, movies, and normal noise. By the time I came back in from the side yard and shut the door behind me, the kids had already sniffed out the food situation. The Chinese takeout was sitting on the counter where my sister left it, a white plastic bag beaded with condensation around the handles. Red logo fading from too many trips through the dishwasher and microwave. I could feel the warmth through the paper cartons when I picked them up, the slick feel of the soy sauce packets rattling in the bottom of the bag. The living room TV was already talking to itself. Some cartoon channel still playing from earlier in the day. "Is that the good kind?" Lucas asked, appearing at the bottom of the stairs like he'd been summoned by smell alone. "That depends," I said, rifling through the containers. "What's the good kind?" He came over and started opening lids like a health inspector. Steam rolled out, carrying that oily, garlicky smell of cheap takeout. Lo mein tangled up in itself. Pieces of carrot and cabbage clinging together. General Tso's chicken, sticky and deep orange, with sesame seeds floating on top of the sauce. Egg rolls wrapped in their crinkly paper sleeves. Fried rice studded with peas and scrambled egg and suspicious pinkish cubes that were probably ham. "This," he said, stabbing a finger at the chicken. And not that, he added, wrinkling his nose at something that was probably vegetables. Emma drifted in a second later, bare feet making soft thumps on the hardwood, stuffed rabbit already tucked under her arm like a permanent accessory. Her hair was pulled back in a lopsided ponytail that clearly hadn't survived whatever she'd been doing upstairs. She went straight for the little brown paper packets of soy sauce. "Can I have extra?" she asked, not waiting for an answer before she started stacking them like playing cards. I lined up 3 plates on the counter and started scooping food. The lo mein slumped onto the porcelain in an unbroken snake of noodles that I had to cut with the edge of the spoon. The chicken clinked softly against the plate, sauce spreading into a glossy puddle. The fried rice had that faint, burnt smell where it had stuck to the bottom of the wok hours earlier. I handed Emma her plate first. She took it carefully, tongue peeking out of the corner of her mouth in concentration. "You get 1 fortune cookie each," I said, fishing them out of the bag. "There's 3, Lucas pointed out immediately, "so we can't both get one." I held the third up between thumb and forefinger, the plastic wrapper catching the overhead light. "This one is mine," I said. "Uncle Tax." They groaned in unison, which was as close as they got to sibling unity all night. Emma reached across the counter and tried to touch the extra cookie, like maybe if she laid a finger on it before I claimed it, it would be hers by some playground rule of magic. I held it just out of reach and popped it into my pocket for later. We ate in the living room because I am, apparently, the chaotic uncle. I set their plates on the coffee table, moved a stack of coloring books and 1 sticky glass ring aside, and grabbed myself a spot on the end of the couch. The TV washed the room in blue light, some kid's movie already halfway through, animated animals yelling at each other over a swelling soundtrack. A lamp behind the couch threw a softer yellow cone over everything, so the edges of the room glowed warm while the center flickered cold. The couch cushions sighed under our combined weight. The AC unit hummed on again, sending a draft across our ankles, when the characters on screen shouted. The sound bounced off the framed family photos on the walls and the glass of the sliding door, coming back a little muffled, like the house was swallowing some of it. Lucas sat cross-legged on the floor, plate in front of him, one hand on his fork and the other scrolling something on his phone when he thought I wasn't looking. He wore a pair of green sneakers with white soles, the kind every kid at his school apparently had, and he made sure to rest them where I could see the logo. I teased him about them between bites, asking if they made him run faster or if they were just for looking cool. "They're retros," he said, as if that explained everything, rolling his eyes without looking away from the TV. Emma pressed herself into the other end of the couch, skinny knees up under her t-shirt, plate balanced carefully. She ate in tiny bites, watching the movie with that full-body absorption kids have. But every so often she'd glance at the dark rectangle of the hallway leading to the front door. The light in there was off, the space just a cutout of deeper black in the warm living room. When the movie got a little louder, she shifted closer to me, rabbit squashed between her and my side. She told me about her teacher in little bursts, between egg roll bites. "Miss Johnson lets them line up at the door early if they're quiet. Ms. Johnson reads them stories about a mouse that lives in a school desk. Ms. Johnson told them not to worry about the fire alarm because it's just a test." The last part she said with her voice dropped, like she didn't quite believe it. "Do you still hate the dark?" I asked, more gently than I meant to. She nodded without looking at me, eyes still on the screen. "Sometimes I think I see things," she said, so quietly I almost missed it under the movie's background music. Like someone standing by my door. Mom says it's just shadows. Lucas snorted. She sleeps with like 2 lights on, he said. She's fine. I nudged his shoulder with my foot. Hey, everybody's scared of something. I said, I'm scared of adult responsibilities. That got a small laugh out of both of them, which was the point. I did not want to dig too deep into what she thought she saw in the dark. Not then. Not when the worst thing on my mind was trying not to spill lo mein on my sister's throw pillows. Time has a way of bending in houses like that, where the biggest change between hour to hour is what's on the TV screen. 1 minute the sun was staining the front window orange. The next, it was fully dark outside. The glass reflecting the room back at us like a mirror. The digital clock under the TV crept toward 9 while animated animals resolved their conflicts in bright colors and uplifting songs. Around 8:40, I glanced at my phone and sighed. All right, bedtime, I announced. The response was instant and predictable. Oh. Emma whined, dragging the vowel out until it cracked. It's not even late. I'm not tired, Lucas said, which was a lie. He rubbed his eyes the same way my sister does after a too long day. Heel of his hand grinding into the socket. Yeah, well, I said, pushing myself up from the couch, joints popping more than I wanted to admit at my age. The bedtime schedule does not negotiate with terrorists. Let's go. We did the cleanup dance in slow motion. Plates clacked as I stacked them. Chopsticks went into the trash. The crinkly egg roll wrappers made that loud, papery sound that always feels too noisy at night. The garbage bag rustled when I tied it off, the knot squeaking against itself. The dishwasher door whooshed open on its seals. I slid in the plates, the racks rattling on their rails, then shut it with a muffled thump. The 3 of us moved toward the stairs like a small caravan. The wooden steps took on personalities of their own under our weight. The bottom one had a little click when you stepped dead center. The third from the top let out a long creak like a sigh if you hit it with your heel. I remembered those sounds from a dozen holiday visits, from late-night trips down to steal cookies when we were supposed to be asleep. The banister under my palm was smooth in some places and nicked in others. Tiny dents from years of kids dragging toys up and down. Upstairs, the house felt different. Downstairs was open kitchen, living room, dining area, all bleeding into each other. Up here, the hallway pinched the air in, lined with doors and photos. The light from a single fixture in the ceiling flattening everything into pale yellow. To the right, the balcony railing ran along the edge of the landing, looking down into the living room below. At night, that drop always looked deeper than it was. You could see the back of the couch from up there, the bluish rectangle of the TV, the shadow of the coffee table. Emma's room was on the left, a door with her name in colorful foam letters crookedly stuck at kid height. Inside, the walls were crowded with unicorn posters and pictures she had drawn at school. Shelves held picture books and lopsided crafts. Stuffed animals sat in small herds along the headboard of her bed, their button eyes catching the light. Plastic stars were stuck to the ceiling, dim until you turned the light off, waiting to faintly glow. A small lamp sat on her nightstand, next to a cup of crayons and a dog-eared chapter book she was reading. A nightlight in the outlet by the floor glowed with a soft, constant amber. Lucas's room on the right was darker by design. The blinds were usually half closed. His posters were of basketball players mid-dunk and video game covers with too much neon. A small game console sat under his TV. There were fossilized snack wrappers in corners, a controller resting crooked on the bed like it had been dropped mid-game. His room smelled faintly like sweat and plastic. Like every boy's room I've ever walked into, between them, the bathroom door stood slightly ajar. The fan hummed when I flicked the switch, a low, steady vibration that filled the narrow space. The mirror over the sink caught our reflections as we crowded in, me looming behind. Two small faces below, one still smeared with sauce. The air smelled like mint toothpaste and some pink kids' shampoo in a bottle shaped like a cartoon fish. When they spat foam into the sink, it made soft, wet, smacking sounds. The water ran in a thin, bright stream that rang off the porcelain. After teeth were brushed, the ritual continued. Toilet flush, an abrupt rush of water, a hollow gurgle that echoed in the pipes. Tiny bare feet slapped the cold tile as they hopped from bathroom to hallway carpet. The hallway swallowed their footsteps, turning them into dull thuds. I walked Emma into her room first. She climbed into bed, pulling the sheets up to her chin. Rabbit tucked under her arm, the lamp on her nightstand cast a warm circle over her pillow, leaving the corners of the room in deeper shadow. I straightened the blanket, mostly to have something to do with my hands. Hallway light stays on, she reminded me. Serious. Hallway light stays on, I repeated. Your door stays a little open. Not all the way, she said, not closed. I held my thumb and forefinger about an inch apart. This much. I said, perfect scarecrow gap. Monsters can't fit through. She gave a small smile at that, though her eyes flicked toward the closet for half a second. I pretended not to notice. I leaned down, kissed the top of her head, smelled strawberries and dust and that warm kid smell you do not realize you miss until it is gone. Good night, Em, I said. Good night, she whispered. I turned off her lamp. The nightlight by the floor bloomed brighter by comparison, painting a low, gold stripe across the carpet toward the door in the hallway. The ceiling light hummed softly. I left the door exactly how she wanted it, open enough that she could see out, but not so wide she'd feel exposed. Lucas was easier. He flopped onto his bed fully, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling like an old man after a long day. His tablet lay face down on the nightstand, tucked just far enough away that he could pretend he was not planning to grab it the second I left. You know, if you watch YouTube with the sound off, it still rots your brain, I said. I'll dream the sound, he replied without missing a beat. He half joked about monsters in his closet as I adjusted his blanket, voice mocking. But there was a little edge to it I recognized. The age where you want to say you are not scared while also wanting someone to check just in case. So I did the stupid little show, opened the closet door with a creak, swept my hand through the hanging clothes, exaggerated a disappointed sigh. Sorry, I said, no monsters, just a tragic amount of laundry. He snorted. That's Mom's fault, he said. We laughed, both of us, and for a moment, the night felt like any other. I flicked off his light. The glow from the hallway and Emma's nightlight bled in through the crack at the bottom of his door. As I stepped back into the hallway, the fan in the bathroom clicked off by itself, leaving a sudden dullness behind. The house inhaled in the quiet. Somewhere, deep in the walls or above the ceiling, a faint, almost polite creak answered. I told myself it was nothing. Just a normal house settling into a normal night. 2.2. The first visit, Emma's You Already Came. Going back downstairs after tucking kids in, is one of those small, quiet pleasures nobody warns you you'll miss someday. For a few seconds at the top of the stairs, you're still in their world: soft carpet, nightlights, toothbrush foam, whispered questions about dreams. By the time you reach the bottom, you're back in the adult world of screens and leftovers and bills on the table. That night, when I turned away from the hallway and started down, the house felt bigger than it had when I arrived. The living room stretched out below, TV screen black and reflective, couch a dark shape in the low light. The kitchen off to the side glowed a little brighter, under cabinet lights still on. Countertops clean except for the stack of takeout containers I'd promised myself to deal with. My footsteps on the stairs sounded louder without two pairs of smaller feet following behind. Each step gave that familiar wooden complaint, but now it echoed just a bit more. When I reached the bottom, I paused for a second and listened. Out of habit more than anything, the house answered with its usual sounds: the fridge motor humming, the faint whoosh of the AC pushing air through vents, a car somewhere outside rolling down the street with the soft hiss of tires on asphalt. Nothing out of place, nothing weird. I gathered up the leftover cartons and walked them into the kitchen. The fridge door opened with a low, rubbery sigh from the seal. Cold air breathed out over my face, carrying the vague mix of old meals and vegetables in plastic drawers. I slid the lo mein and chicken onto a shelf, nudging aside a jar of pickles and a half-empty bottle of ranch. The container bottoms scraped softly on the glass. When I let go of the handle, the door swung shut on its own. It made that little suction sound at the very end, a tiny, tight thup as the seal grabbed the frame. I don't know why that sound sticks with me now, but it does. A small, neat noise of something closing the way it's supposed to. I grabbed my own drink from the counter, a can of something cheap and fizzy, and headed back to the couch. The remote was still where I'd left it, wedged between cushions. I pointed it at the TV and flicked through channels until I found a late game, the kind of forgettable mid-season matchup that's mostly commentary and replays. I turned the volume down low, just enough to make out voices without waking anyone upstairs. The announcer's words bled together into background noise. The rising swell of the crowd was a soft, distant surf. I sank into the couch and let my body go slack. The fabric was warm where the kids and I had been sitting earlier. There was a faint, greasy imprint on the coffee table where one of the plates had been. A pair of socks Lucas's lay in a twisted pile near the edge of the rug. It looked like any other living room in any other family's house at 9-something on a weekend night. For a few minutes, everything was easy. The play-by-play rolled on. I took slow sips from the can, the carbonation popping lightly on my tongue. The glow from the TV painted the walls in shifting blues. Shadows moved lazily over framed school photos and the family calendar hanging by the kitchen doorway. The AC clicked off, and the sudden stillness made the crowd noise from the TV seem louder for a beat before my ears adjusted. That was when I heard it. Soft footsteps overhead. It was not the random creak of a house settling, not a pipe ticking, not the deep, heavy thump of an adult walking. These were small, quick, padded steps. I could hear the difference in weight, the faint compression of wood, the light tap of bare feet on varnished boards. The rhythm was what made it wrong. If you've ever heard a kid try to sneak around at night, you know that pattern. It is not the carefree stomp of daytime. It is a careful, almost exaggerated slow step. Pause, slow step, like they're counting in their head between each footfall. There was that same hesitant pacing above me now, A couple of steps, a stop, another step, a longer pause. I muted the TV without looking away from the ceiling. The sudden quiet made my heartbeat sound louder in my ears. The house exhaled around me. Somewhere in the kitchen, the ice maker clicked, dropped a cube into the tray with a hollow clack that made me flinch just a little more than I should have. "Emma," I called up, not quite loud enough to be confident. No answer. I waited, listening. The footsteps came again, closer to the top of the stairs this time. I turned on the couch so I could see the staircase. The banister framed the view like a picture. For a second, nothing moved. Then a small shape appeared at the top. Emma stood there, clutching her rabbit so tight its ears were twisted. Her hair had escaped from its ponytail entirely. It fell around her face in messy strands. One piece stuck to her cheek where she must have cried or drooled on the pillow. Her pajama shirt was crooked at one shoulder, showing the strap of the tank top underneath. She was barefoot, toes curling against the first step, like she wasn't sure if she wanted to come down. She wasn't crying. That was what got me. She wasn't even doing the tentative, about to cry face kids make when they know they're not supposed to be out of bed. She just looked confused, and under the confusion, something close to hurt. Betrayal, almost. Her brows pinched together in the middle. Her mouth was a small, tight line. "Hey, Em," I said, turning halfway toward her. "What's up?" She stared down at me for a second, her eyes shiny in the dim light from the hallway behind her. Then, in a voice that sounded both sleepy and strangely clear, she asked, "Why did you tell me to go back to sleep and then come back down?" I blinked. My mouth opened automatically, but nothing came out at first. My brain did a double take, rolled back the last 15 minutes like tape. Couch, TV, fridge. I had not gotten off the couch since I came downstairs. I knew that in the way you haven't stood up from a chair. I laughed a little, a reflex to cover the static that rushed into my chest. "I haven't been upstairs since I tucked you in, kiddo." "Yes, you did," she said, instantly. No hesitation, no doubt. Her voice sharpened just enough to cut. I muted the TV fully, even though the sound was already off. The gesture helped me focus. "Emma, I've been right here," I said, patting the couch cushion beside me. "You went to bed, and I came downstairs, and I've been watching the game. I didn't come back up." She hugged the rabbit closer and shook her head, messy hair bouncing. "You came in my room," she insisted. "You were standing by the door." Something in me went cold and practical at the same time. Kids dream. Kids wake up halfway. Kids misremember. I knew all of that. But there was a part of me that didn't want to argue with her from across the room. I stood up slowly, feeling the cushions exhale under me, and walked to the base of the stairs. "Okay," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Come here and tell me what happened." She stayed where she was at the top, like the stairs were a border she didn't want to cross yet. "You opened my door," she said. It was a little bit, and then it went more. She mimed the movement with her free hand, fingers opening. "You didn't turn on the light. You just stood there." In the dark, I asked. In the light from the hall, she corrected. "Serious, I could see you. You had your hoodie on." I was wearing a hoodie, a gray one with the sleeves pushed up. I pulled at the hem unconsciously when she said it. "You didn't say anything at first," she went on, brow furrowing like she was replaying it in her mind. "You just stood there at the door and looked at me. Then you said, "It's okay. Go back to sleep." She quoted me in a low, soft tone that was disturbingly close to how I actually talk when I'm trying not to wake a kid. Then she added, in a smaller voice, "And you smiled, but not like you usually do." A faint line of sweat started at the back of my neck, crawled under my hair. "Emma," I said slowly, "I'm telling you, I never came back up. I've been downstairs this whole time. Sometimes our brains mix up dreams and real stuff, especially when we're tired. You probably dreamed it." "I wasn't dreaming," she said, with the flat certainty only a kid can manage. Her chin lifted a fraction. "I saw your beard and your shirt, and you were in my doorway. You told me it was okay. I hadn't shaved that day. I could feel the roughness on my own jaw." She had, in a single, matter-of-fact sentence, described exactly what I was wearing and how I looked. Hoodie, beard. The hallway behind her glowed the same way it must have behind whoever stood in her doorway. A dozen rationalizations lined up in my head. She could have seen me earlier and imagined it later. Maybe she had gotten up, looked down the stairs at me, and folded that into a half-dream when she went back to bed. Maybe she was messing with me without meaning to, testing how far she could push a story. "Okay," I said again, forcing the word out through a constricted throat. "Tell you what, let's go check your room together." "All right, if I really came in, maybe I left footprints like in a detective show." That got me a tiny smile, just a crack in the fear on her face. She nodded and took the first step down, then thought better of it and waited for me to come up instead. I met her halfway, my hand brushing the rail, listening to each stair give its own tiny complaint under our combined weight. Her room looked exactly the way I'd left it when we stepped in. Bed rumpled, blanket half kicked off, rabbit's ears crushed. The nightlight still cast its low amber glow across the carpet. The closet door was closed. The curtains over the window were still. The shadows in the corners were deep, but familiar, the kind you get used to living with. "See," I said, keeping my tone light. "No spooky uncles hiding in here." She didn't laugh. Her eyes went straight to the doorway, then skimmed the walls like she was checking for residue of that other version of me. I went through the motions anyway. Monster check. I knelt down and lifted the bedskirt, peered into the dust bunnies and dropped crayons and one lost sock underneath. Nothing that shouldn't be there. I opened the closet. Clothes swayed gently on their hangers, breathing out the smell of fabric softener and something faintly sour from worn shoes on the floor. No tall silhouettes squeezed into the narrow space. No extra shadows that didn't belong. I tugged at the curtains, just enough to reassure her and myself that there weren't any faces pressed against the glass. Just the night outside, and the faint reflection of our own shapes in the pane. "Everything looks good to me," I said. "No extra visits. I think you might have had a really real feeling dream." "Those happen." She climbed back into bed without arguing, but she kept watching me like she was trying to catch the lie in my face. I pulled the blanket up, tucked it around her shoulders, adjusted the rabbit so its one good eye faced her. As I leaned over, I focused on the sounds instead of her stare, the hum of the heater coming through the vent near the floor. A low, steady noise like breath, the faint ticking of the hallway light fixture cooling. The way the mattress springs gave a tiny ping as she shifted her weight. I held my own breath for a second. In that small pause, the house was almost completely silent. No TV, no cars outside, no footsteps above, just the electric buzz of the nightlight and the distant, hollow clunk of something in the pipes. It should have felt peaceful. It didn't. As I stepped back into the doorway, I gave her a smile I hoped looked more confident than I felt. "Remember," I said softly, "I'm right downstairs. If you need anything, just call me, okay?" She nodded, but her eyes flicked once more to the spot where the door met the hallway. I left it cracked, just the way she liked it. As I pulled it into that perfect little gap, the latch gave a soft, precise click. For the first time that night, I wondered if I would hear it again from down on the couch without actually getting up. 2.3, the second visit, Lucas's "Why were you by my window?" going back downstairs after Emma's little story. I did what every sane adult does when a kid says something that rattles them. I tried very, very hard to pretend it hadn't rattled me. The living room greeted me the same way it had before, couch waiting, TV remote on the coffee table, the soft glow of the screensaver drifting across the dark. I unmuted the game, but only barely. The announcers' voices came back as a faint murmur, the crowd noise a distant fuzz under it. It was enough to fill the space without actually covering anything up. I didn't sit down right away. Instead, I did a small, quiet lap of the downstairs. It wasn't some big bravado patrol. It was just me walking like I was stretching my legs, letting my eyes and hands confirm what my brain kept insisting it already knew. At the front door, I rested my fingers on the deadbolt again, turned it, just to feel the resistance, the solid stop. The metal made that low, final sound, and I listened for the corresponding thunk of the bolt seating in the frame. The porch beyond the door might as well have been another world. In the kitchen, I walked to the back sliding door. The yard beyond was now just a black rectangle, the deck boards barely visible under the backyard light my sister kept on. I checked the handle, swung it a half-inch, then slid the dowel back into the track with a dull wooden knock. I pressed against the glass with my palm. It didn't move. Behind me, the TV babbled to itself. Upstairs, nothing moved. No pipes clicked. No doors shut. No toilets flushed. The house felt like it was paused more than sleeping. I told myself this was good. Kids have nightmares. They dream that someone is in their doorway. They wake up convinced they saw you when you were never there. The best thing you can do is check, reassure, and go back to normal life. That was the script I clung to. I sank back into the couch, but this time I sat more upright, knees bent, feet planted. The cushions didn't quite swallow me the way they had before. I kept the remote within reach and my drink on the coffee table where I wouldn't have to fumble for it. With the volume turned down so low, every other noise in the house got promoted. The fridge motor kicked on and hummed through its cycle, then shut off with a faint, breathy stop. Somewhere deeper in the walls, something settled with a muffled tuck that I told myself was probably the water heater. The AC sighed to life, cool air sighing through the vent above the couch, then clicked off again in that peculiar way old thermostats have. I could feel my own heartbeat in my chest, heavier than it needed to be. A few minutes passed like that. The game crawled forward. Some bright ad with smiling people trying to sell me cars and beer and insurance splashed across the screen. I watched their mouths move and heard almost none of the words. My ears were pointed upstairs, where the air felt like it was holding its breath. Then the house spoke in a way I couldn't ignore. From somewhere above the exact center of the ceiling, It seemed came a loud, flat crack. It was the kind of sound that makes you jerk before you know what you're jerking away from. Not a soft creak, not a groan. It sounded like a board snapping back into place, or two pieces of wood slapping together once, sharp enough that it cut straight through the TV noise and the hum of the fridge. I was on my feet before I even decided to be. The can on the table wobbled in the ring of condensation it had made. My eyes snapped to the staircase, to the dark square of the hallway at the top. I stayed there, halfway between the couch and the stairs, listening. Nothing followed the crack. No footsteps, no voices, just the fan on the ceiling turning lazily. Blades whispering so softly I only noticed because I was trying not to breathe too loud. Old house, I muttered, even though the place wasn't that old. Drywall, temperature change, all that. Hearing yourself say something out loud doesn't make it truer, but it does fill the space. I made myself sit back down. This time I left the remote in my hand. The announcers were saying something about a replay. The crowd roared on cue. I took a sip of my drink and barely tasted it. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes before I heard footsteps again. These weren't Emma's. Heavier, for one thing. Not adult heavy, but solid enough to make the stairs give that specific double note the initial thud of impact, followed by the longer creak of the wood flexing under weight. They came in a short burst, 3 in quick succession, then slowed, as if whoever was coming down had reached the point where they could see into the living room. I looked up, déjà vu already coiling in my stomach. Lucas stood halfway down the stairs, one hand on the banister, the other rubbing his eyes with the heel of his palm. His hair was sticking up in the back, like he'd been rolling around on his pillow. His t-shirt was twisted a little, hem uneven. One side caught above the waistband of his shorts. He didn't look sleepy in the way kids slump when they're half dreaming. He looked unsettled, annoyed, the way he gets when something confuses him and he wants it to be someone else's fault. His mouth was pulled down at the corners, and there was a little line between his eyebrows. "What's up, man?" I asked, more cautiously this time. He squinted at me in the dim light from the TV. For a second, it was like he was checking something where I was, what I was doing, how long I'd been there. "Why were you just standing by my window?" he asked. The words dropped into the room like a stone into water. No build-up, no preamble, just straight to the accusation. I stared at him, brain tripping over itself. "What in my room?" he said, as if I was being deliberately dense. He took a few more steps down, the stairs answering with their familiar voices. "Why were you just standing by my window?" A familiar chill slid its way into my back, between my shoulder blades, like someone had traced a line there with an ice cube. "I haven't been upstairs since I put you guys to bed," I said carefully. "I've been down here." He made a face like he didn't buy it, but his eyes weren't wide with the dreamy certainty of a half-asleep kid. They were sharp in a way that made me uncomfortable. "I woke up," he said, "and you were in my room. You were right by the dresser, next to the window." He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder in the vague direction of his room. "You were looking at the glass, like out it, or at it. I don't know. You didn't say anything. You just stood there and then walked out." As he spoke, he subconsciously mimed the scene, his head turned slightly towards some invisible window, then back toward the doorway, then away, like tracking a slow walk. I wet my lips, suddenly aware of how dry they felt. "Did you?" I stopped, recalibrated. "Did you see my face?" He shrugged. but it wasn't careless. It was tense around the edges. It was dark, he said. But it was you. Your hoodie, your beard, your shape. Who else would it be? The hoodie again, the beard again. 2 kids in 2 separate rooms, both describing me standing in different doorways, both telling me I had come and gone without remembering doing it myself. My first instinct was to look for the simple explanation. They were messing with me. They'd planned this. Emma heard me say something about dreams. Lucas overheard. They coordinated a little story to see if they could freak me out. Kids do that. They're sharper than adults give them credit for, and they know exactly how to push. But Emma hadn't looked like a kid playing a prank. She'd looked like a kid trying to make sense of something that didn't make sense. And Lucas wasn't grinning or watching my reaction with that little spark of mean curiosity boys get sometimes. He just looked thrown off, and though he'd never admit it, uneasy. "You sure you didn't dream it?" I asked, hearing my own voice from 15 minutes ago, hating how hollow it sounded even to me. He rolled his eyes, but not in the performative way. "I woke up," he said slower, as if I was the sleepy one. "I saw you. You were right there." He held his arm out, indicated the distance between his bed and the window with his hand. Not far. Close enough that if I had been standing there, I would have been the biggest thing in his field of vision. And then what I asked. "Then you walked out," he said. "You went by the door and left. I waited a little bit, and you didn't come back. So I came downstairs." He glanced past me, toward the kitchen and the back door, as if expecting to see some shadow of where I was supposed to have disappeared to. Something in me shifted then. It wasn't a full-on snap from everything is fine to we are in danger. It was more like hearing a hairline crack run through glass. I could still tell myself this was nothing, but the convincing got harder. 2 kids in 2 rooms, describing the same type of visit doorway presence. Silent watching, brief words or none at all less than an hour apart. Both swearing it was me, both describing my clothes, the way I stand. Both absolutely sure. "Okay," I said, swallowing against the dryness in my mouth. "Let's go check your room too." He hesitated at that, which told me more than anything he'd said. Lucas is not afraid of his room. Not normally. He practically lives in there. For him to pause, for his shoulders to tense. It meant that whatever he thought he saw had unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. I forced my posture into something casual and started up the stairs beside him. Our footfalls overlapped my heavier, his lighter. The wood answering with a chorus of small sounds. The hallway upstairs greeted us with the same soft, yellow light. Emma's door was still cracked just enough. A sliver of amber nightlight painted a line across the hall. Lucas's room was as we'd left it, at least at a glance. The game console light was off. The posters hung flat on the walls. The bed covers were rumpled where he'd climbed out. The window was closed, blinds half drawn, reflecting a faint ghost image of the room back at us. "Where was I asked. He walked over to the spot by the dresser, between it and the window, and planted his bare feet there. "Here," he said. "You were looking," he tilted his head toward the glass. "Like that." I stepped into the spot, partly to humor him, and partly because something in me needed to feel the space. From there, I could see my own reflection in the glass hoodie, beard, the faint shape of my face superimposed over the dark yard outside. Behind that, if I squinted, the faint glow of a porch light from some other house on the next street over. There were no obvious footprints on the carpet, no scuffs that weren't already there. "I'm telling you, man," I said softly. "I haven't been up here since I said goodnight." He frowned, looking from me to the window and back. His shoulders slumped just a little, the bravado leaking out with his breath. "Maybe I was half asleep," he muttered. But it sounded more like he was trying to make himself believe it than me. I latched onto that. "Probably," I said quickly. "Brains do weird stuff when you're between asleep and awake. You see shapes. You fill in blanks. Sometimes you think you hear your name and no one called it." "You know," he nodded, but the line between his brows didn't smooth out completely. "Tell you what," I said. "You want me to close your door all the way, or leave it cracked all the way?" he said after a moment. "It's fine." I tucked him back in, pulled the covers up to his chest, and tried to ignore the fact that my hands were the slightest bit unsteady. He turned on his side, facing away from the window. I flicked his light off, leaving only the faint spill from the hallway crawling under the door. "Good night, Lucas," I said. "Night," he answered, already sounding like he was retreating into whatever thoughts 9-year-old boys use to barricade their minds. I stepped out into the hallway, pulled his door shut until the latch caught with a soft click. For a second, I just stood there between their rooms, feeling the heater push a warm flow of air against my legs, listening to the house breathe. The earlier crack I'd heard from downstairs echoed in my memory, overlaying the present moment with a phantom sound. Back downstairs, the normal routine tried to reassert itself. I unmuted the TV again, turned the volume down even lower. The screen's light felt harsher now, too bright in the otherwise dim room. I found myself glancing at the staircase every few seconds, waiting for more small shapes to appear, instead of trusting that everything was fine. I gave in and decided to do one more circuit. Front door again. Hand on the deadbolt, still locked. Back door. Again. I walked into the kitchen, the overhead lights glaring for a moment after the cozy dimness of the living room. The sliding glass door looked out onto the deck, the yard beyond a rectangle of muted shadows under the back porch light. As I got closer, something on the glass caught the light and made me slow down. At about the height of a child's reach, there was a smear. It wasn't big, just a blurry, roughly hand-shaped patch where the fog of breath or the oil from skin had disturbed the otherwise clean glass. The edges feathered out. The center was darker. When I got close enough to put my own hand near it for comparison, I saw that the smear wasn't fresh condensation. It was darker, almost brownish in the center, lighter at the edges. Mud, I told myself. Kids always put their hands on things they shouldn't. Maybe from earlier in the week. Maybe from some backyard adventure where they'd run in to grab popsicles. But when I leaned in, I could see faint streaks where individual fingers had dragged down an inch or two before lifting away. My stomach did a slow roll. I let my gaze slide down from the smear to the deck boards just outside. The porch light left more in shadow than it revealed, but right near the edge of the glass, where the wood met the threshold, there were a few pale, crescent shapes against the darker grain. Half-moon smudges, 4 of them in a row, then a gap, then another 4. They were too small to be an adult's foot. They were too narrow at the ball, too stubby at the toes. They looked, in the distorted porch light, like the tips of bare toes that had pressed there, leaving behind a mix of dirt and something else darker that I wasn't ready to name. I stared at them for a long moment, my pulse loud in my ears. The rationalizations lined up again, frantic now. Kids go outside barefoot all the time. They run through the grass, hop onto the deck, press their messy hands and feet everywhere. Maybe they'd been out there that afternoon, before I got here. Maybe my sister hadn't wiped down the door yet. Maybe the mud had just dried weird, except I had been there long enough to know they hadn't gone outside once since I arrived. Dinner, movie, upstairs. That was it. No backyard, no deck, no splashing in the grass. The back door hadn't opened since my sister closed it behind her. I told myself I would mention it later, that I would ask my sister if the kids had been tracked in mud earlier in the week. I told myself not to freak out, not to start seeing patterns where there were none. I told myself a lot of things as I reached up, flicked off the kitchen light, and watched the reflection of my own face swim into the glass beside that small, dark handprint. 3.1, turning the TV down, turning the house up at some point. You stop pretending you're watching whatever's on the screen and admit you're just using it as a nightlight. That was where I was. The game had faded into a blur of uniforms and commercials. I'd muted it again without really thinking, then nudged the volume back up, then back down. Like fiddling with it would somehow adjust my brain instead of the noise. The commentary rolled over me without meaning. Every time a player hit the floor and the crowd reacted. My shoulders tensed like they were responding to something in the room instead of on the TV. I kept glancing at the stairs. The empty space above the banister felt like a mouth waiting to speak. Emma's cracked door. Lucas's fully shut one, I could see them in my head. Even from down here. 2 rectangles of wood at the end of a hallway, with a strip of yellow carpet and nightlight glow between them. Finally, I did the thing I'd been avoiding. I killed the TV, not just muted. I pressed the power button and watched the picture collapse into black. The last streaks of light smearing across the glass before vanishing. The sudden absence of color made the living room feel smaller and bigger at the same time. The lamp behind the couch became the main source of light, throwing a warm cone over the cushions and leaving the corners of the room in a deeper, more honest darkness. I'm overreacting, I told myself, out loud, because saying it made it feel more like a decision and less like a hope. It's a house. Houses make noise. With the TV off, the silence came rushing in, except it wasn't silence. It never is. I sat on the couch and forced myself to be still, not scrolling my phone, not fidgeting with the remote, just sitting, listening. You do not realize how much your movements cover up until you take them away. The first thing I heard was the fridge. Its motor had that low, throaty hum old appliances get, the kind that seems to vibrate in your teeth once you notice it. The sound rose and fell in slow waves, a background drone that had been there all night, now suddenly elevated to main character status. Every so often, there'd be a sharper clack as a piece of ice dropped into the tray, echoing hollowly in the freezer compartment. Next came the faint electrical buzz of the TV, even though it was off. That high, thin whine that lives at the edge of hearing. If I tilted my head just right, I could pick it up a sort of static halo around the blank screen. The lamp had its own subtle noise, too, a tiny hum from the bulb. Outside, muted through walls and insulation and suburban calm, was the soft hiss of distant traffic. The highway miles away never really sleeps. Its sound spreads out like a constant exhale, barely audible unless everything else shuts up. Closer inside the house, the heater made itself known. The thermostat on the wall gave a quiet little tick as it decided the temperature had dipped a degree too low. A moment later, there was a heavier, more physical thunk from somewhere in the guts of the house. As the furnace kicked on, air started to whisper through the vents, a low, steady shush that curled around my ankles and up my legs. All of that was normal. All of that belonged. I sat there cataloging each noise like I was taking attendance in my head, trying to prove to myself that no one was missing and no one extra had shown up. Then, beneath that layered soundtrack, another sound slid in. Light. Quick footsteps. Overhead, I froze. Breath snagged halfway in my chest. The house kept breathing. I stopped. The steps weren't right above the couch. They started, by the sound of it, over Emma's room, soft, light, that padded cadence I recognized from earlier, and then moved. Not running, not stomping, just a quick series of taps, like someone walking briskly in bare feet from one side of the upstairs to the other. Tap, tap, tap. Pause, tap, tap, tap. They crossed from left to right. If my mental map of the house was accurate, Emma's room, past the bathroom, toward Lucas's, a line of movement that aligned way too neatly with where both kids had just told me they'd seen me standing. My rational brain unrolled the same tired explanations. Old houses creak when the heater kicks on. Boards expand and contract. Nails shift in their holes. Pipes knock. There's a whole chorus of little physics lessons playing overhead if you know how to listen. But my instincts didn't care about physics. They cared about pattern. Soft steps from one door to the other. The precise weight of a 9-year-old maybe. The slower, careful tread of an adult trying not to wake anyone. Also maybe. My mind tried to assign a size to the sound and failed. It just sat there humming panic in my chest. Bathroom, I whispered to myself. It's just Emma going to the bathroom. That was reasonable. Kids get up. They pee. They pad across the hall and flush and go back to bed. The fact that I hadn't heard the bathroom door or the fan or the toilet didn't stop me from clinging to that image. I slid to the edge of the couch and stood up, muscles moving like I was underwater. My socks made no sound on the rug, then a soft shuff on the hardwood as I stepped off. I walked toward the base of the stairs, drawn to them the way you're drawn to the edge of a cliff just to see how far down it goes. From the bottom, I could see the strip of hallway at the top. The light was still on up there, that familiar, washed-out yellow. Emma's door was cracked to the same degree I'd left it, a wedge of amber spilling across the carpet. Lucas's door was closed. Just a sliver of light showed at the frame, like a thin outline. I stopped on the third step, one hand curling loosely around the banister. I didn't want to go all the way up, not yet. I wanted to listen from here, halfway between safe and stupid. The heater continued its shush through the vents. The fridge hummed behind me. The clock over the microwave ticked in tiny, maddening increments. My own heartbeat thudded in my ears. No footsteps now, no bathroom fan, no toilet flush, nothing. The thought snuck in, quiet as a draft. Call someone. Call my sister. Tell her the kids keep saying weird things and I'm hearing footsteps, and can she please tell me if the house has a history of sounding insane at night? Call 911 even, and risk the embarrassment of a cop walking through the place with a flashlight, finding nothing but dust and stuffed animals. But logic clamped its hand over that thought's mouth fast. What would I even say? My niece and nephew both think I've been replicating myself and stalking their bedrooms in the dark. And I heard a board complain upstairs. Please send armed professionals. I pictured the dispatcher's face sliding into that polite, bored concern reserved for people who call about raccoons in their attic. "You'll look stupid if it's nothing," my brain hissed. "They'll roll their eyes the second they hang up. Your sister will be furious you scared her over house noises. You're tired. This is in your head." I stood there for another long moment, palms starting to itch, and tried to rationalize each noise that rose. A faint click in the wall thermostat, a quiet tick-tick somewhere above cooling duct, a dull thunk in the kitchen ice maker, a soft whoosh at the front of the house, maybe a car rolling by, its headlights briefly brightening the thin gap under the door. Every explanation felt like throwing a blanket over a shape in the room and pretending the outline wasn't still visible underneath. I was just about to turn back down, to force myself to sit and turn the TV on and drown all of this in noise, when the house decided to stop being subtle. From directly above me came a bang. Not a crack, not a creak, a bang. It sounded like a door slamming into a wall, flat and loud and close enough that it vibrated in my chest as much as in my ears. The kind of sound a bedroom door makes if it's flung open too hard and hits the stopper or misses it entirely and smacks the drywall. I flinched so hard my hand slipped on the banister. My knees bent, a half-startled crouch I had to force myself out of. A little shout escaped my throat before I could swallow it back down. The bang cut off as suddenly as it started. No follow-up footsteps, no voices, no muffled sorry from a kid who'd just bashed a door too hard. Just the echo of it knocking around in my head. My heart sprinted into a pace that had nothing to do with the quiet living room. For a second, all I could hear was my own blood in my ears. The heater chose that moment to cycle off, the blower winding down with a long, fading sigh until the house felt like it was holding its breath along with me. I stared up at the landing, every nerve in my body suddenly convinced that if anything was going to show itself, it would be right there, half a body visible over the railing. A face peeking through the bars, a silhouette stepping into view. Nothing moved. The hallway at the top of the stairs remained exactly as it had been. Light on. One door cracked. One door closed. The carpet between them empty. Below my feet, the wood of the third step gave a tired little groan as my weight shifted. It was the only sound in the whole house. Silence. Again. But it didn't feel like the same kind of silence as before. This one had edges. 3.2. The first glimpse on the balcony. There's a point where not going upstairs starts to feel worse than going. I stood at the bottom of the staircase, hand still on the banister from when that bang had rattled the air above me. The living room behind me felt thin, like a set on a stage you could push over with one shove. The light from the lamp stretched my shadow long over the hardwood, until it met the first step and broke apart. I told myself I would just go halfway up, just far enough to call out to the kids, hear them answer, prove to myself that the footsteps and the slam were nothing more than a house flexing its joints and my nerves fraying in response. I would walk up, peek over the railing, laugh at myself, and then text my sister something stupid about her creaky-ass construction. I put my foot on the first step. The wood answered with its usual click, a tiny complaining note right in the center. The second step gave a softer creak, higher pitched. By the third, I could feel the vibration of my own weight through the banister, a faint shiver under my fingers as the rail took some of the strain. My palm slid along the smooth top of the banister as I went, catching on a few small nicks and dents where kids had banged toys or run their fingers with too much enthusiasm. The finish was worn in places, slick in others. It felt more alive than I wanted a piece of wood to feel. The living room behind me fell away in stages. Half the couch disappeared from my peripheral vision. Then the TV, then the lamp. Their light still reached up, though, stretching my shadow up the wall beside the stairs in a long, skewed shape that climbed with me. Every time I moved a leg, the shadow version moved too, a half-second behind, like we weren't perfectly synced. By the time I hit the halfway point about 6 or 7 steps up, the world below had flattened out. From there, the downstairs looked like a diorama, the coffee table a dark rectangle, the couch a low shape, the blank TV screen a dead eye in the wall. The lamp's glow couldn't quite push into the corners anymore. The doorway to the kitchen was just a black cutout with a few silver slashes where it caught reflections. Above me, the hallway light washed the landing in a dull, yellow spill. I could see the top few inches of the balcony rail now, the horizontal bar where kids sometimes tossed stuffed animals down as a game. Beyond that, a slice of the upstairs hallway came into view, a stretch of beige wall, the edges of picture frames, a wedge of carpet. Emma's door, still cracked. The bathroom door, slightly ajar. Lucas's door, shut. I paused there, one foot on a higher step, one lower. My hand wrapped around the rail. My breathing had gone shallow without me meaning it to. I could hear the faint rasp of air in my own throat. The heater was still off, leaving the house in that charged quiet that comes between its cycles. The fridge, way behind me and to the left, hummed like a faraway generator. "Hey," I called, trying to keep my voice low enough not to wake the kids if they were actually asleep and strong enough to sound like a grown man in control of the house he was standing in. "Emma, Lucas, everything okay up there?" No answer. The sound of my own voice rolled up the stairs and hit the upstairs air, then seemed to die against the carpet. There was no rustle of sheets, no sleepy yeah from behind a door. Just the faint tinnitus whine in my ears and the tiny click of the thermostat, deciding it still wasn't time to turn the heat back on. I swallowed, feeling my throat move against the inside of my hoodie collar. "Guys," I tried again. "You awake, still nothing." I was just about to take another step up, to push my head above the level of the floor so I could see more of the hallway, when something moved. It came from the left, Emma's side of the upstairs. At first, it was just a shift in the quality of the light, a darker blur crossing the yellow. Then it resolved into a shape, a shadow gliding across the length of the balcony, past the top of the stairs, heading toward Lucas's side of the hall. It was not child height. The top rail of the balcony hit around my mid-chest when I stood up there, from where I was on the stairs. I could tell, instantly, that whatever was moving above me was taller than that. Its head rose several inches above the horizontal bar, not just taller than a kid, taller than me. The silhouette wasn't sharp, like something directly lit from behind. It was more like a cutout against a wash of light, a dark, solid absence moving through a field of pale yellow. The body seemed narrow through the shoulders, long through the torso. The arms hung too low, or maybe that was just the way they swung slightly as it passed. The movement itself was wrong. It was smooth, too smooth, a clean, gliding motion that suggested almost no bounce, no up and down bob of someone actually walking. It was like watching a shadow being dragged along a wall by a hand you couldn't see, or a cardboard cutout sliding on hidden rails. From my angle, I couldn't see feet, but the way it crossed the space made it feel like its contact with the floor was optional. Time did something strange in that moment. It stretched, thin and clear, the way it does in car accidents and almost falls. I know the actual crossing couldn't have taken more than 2 seconds, 10 feet of hallway. Maybe, but my brain recorded details as if I'd been standing there watching for much longer. As the shadow glided past the top of the stairs, it slowed, or more accurately, it paused. Right at the point where its body overlapped the gap above the last few steps, it stopped. The upper part of the shape was visible over the rail, the curve of shoulders, the column of a neck, the rounded suggestion of a head. There were no features, just the idea of a face pointed in my direction. The head tilted, just a little, enough to break the symmetry of the neck and shoulders, enough to make it feel like, if there had been eyes there, they would now be looking directly down the stairwell at me. Every part of me locked. My grip on the banister tightened so fast my knuckles ached. The muscles in my legs went rigid, halfway between stepping up and stepping back. Even my lungs seemed to shut off. Whatever breath I'd been drawing in when it appeared stayed lodged in my chest, burning a little. The house helped me out by going dead quiet. The fridge chose that second to cycle off, its motor winding down into nothing. The faint TV buzz disappeared under the crushing silence. Outside, either the highway took a breath too, or my ears stopped admitting its noise. For one perfect, horrible moment, it felt like the entire structure had sucked the sound out of itself to make room for this one thing. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me on the stairs, it on the landing. In reality, probably a heartbeat or two, subjectively. Long enough for my thoughts to trip over themselves in a panic. It's Lucas. It's just Lucas. He grew 6 inches and learned to float. Get real. It's a shadow from a car going by. What car? There was no headlight sweep. It's the coat rack. They don't have a coat rack there. You're having a panic attack. Panic attacks don't tilt their heads at you. A high, thin ringing crept into my ears. The stress fizz that comes right before fight or flight kicks all the way in. The back of my neck prickled, every hair standing on end. I could feel sweat starting in my palms, sticky against the varnished wood of the rail. Then, as easily as it had paused, the shape moved again. No jerk, no startle, just a smooth continuation of its path, like a video unpaused. The head leveled. The long body slid along the length of the balcony, away from the top of the stairs and back into the stretch of hallway leading past Emma's door. It didn't bob or hitch. It just glided. A dark smear of absence across the light. It passed Emma's cracked door. For an instant, the strip of amber spilling out from her nightlight was cut. A darker interruption in the line on the carpet. My heart lurched at that, at the idea of something moving between her room and the rest of the house without her knowing. Then it was gone. It slipped out of my line of sight, swallowed by the angle of the wall. All that remained was the plain, ugly beige of the upstairs hall, the white trim of the baseboards, the faint shadows cast by family photos. No tall silhouette, no unnatural glide. The heater chose that moment to kick back on with a thunk, air rushing through the vents like a held breath being released. The fridge, somewhere behind me, clattered a cube of ice into its tray. Life, mechanical and indifferent, resumed. I stayed exactly where I was. My first instinct was to bolt the rest of the way up the stairs and throw open every door. Check Emma's bed, hand on her shoulder to feel the warmth of her. Proof she was there. Check Lucas, yank his covers up. Make sure he was alone in that room. Tear open the hallway closet, the bathroom, anywhere that thing could have gone. That urge rose in me like a wave, big and muscle deep. But right under it was something heavier, fear so solid it might as well have been a hand on my shoulder. Pressing down, if I went up there unarmed and opened a door on whatever had just looked down at me, what exactly was I going to do? Tell it to stop? Throw hands with a 6-foot-something intruder in a dark hallway while 2 kids slept 3 feet away? The image came to me in too much detail, me rushing forward. A struggle, a noise, a door, small bodies in the background of the chaos. My foot, which had been hovering over the next step, lowered back onto the one below. I eased my weight down, felt the wood answer with a soft creak. My hand slid slowly down the banister as I backed away, eyes never leaving the slice of upstairs hallway I could see. One step down, then another. I didn't turn my back to the landing until I reached the bottom. When I finally did, twisting my shoulders to face the living room again, it felt like stepping away from the edge of a cliff in the dark. The lamplight, the couch, the blank TV, they all rushed back into view. Too bright, too normal. My heart was still pounding so hard my chest felt tight. My fingers tingled with the leftover adrenaline. I walked straight to the kitchen. The tiles were cool under my socks, a small, sharp reminder of here and now. I went to the drawer next to the stove, the one I knew from 100 family dinners, and pulled it open. The utensils rattled: spatulas, tongs, a whisk rolling, the dull clack of wooden spoons. Underneath them, in the back, was what I'd hoped would be there. A long kitchen knife. Not one of the flimsy, serrated ones, but a heavier chef's knife with a broad blade and a black handle worn smooth by use. I picked it up, feeling the familiar, unwelcome weight of it in my hand. I didn't know yet what I believed about what I'd just seen, but I knew this. Whatever was moving in that hallway wasn't a nightmare, and I wasn't going back up there bare-handed. 3.3, arming up and hearing a second voice. The knife drawer is one of those sounds you recognize in any house. That flat wooden scrape, the sudden jangle of metal on metal, the clatter as everything slides to the back. When I yanked my sister's open, it was too loud in the quiet kitchen. The noise crashed against the silence and then fell off into a jittery ringing in my ears, like I'd set off something I couldn't take back. Inside, it was the usual chaos: spatulas, tongs, a whisk twisted under a potato masher, a stack of measuring cups, 3 different kinds of wooden spoon, and somewhere under all that, the faint, heavier clink of real metal. I pushed the spatulas aside. They slapped against each other, plastic on plastic. A couple of steak knives rolled, their serrated edges flashing briefly in the overhead light. My fingers brushed over butter knives, dull, rounded, useless beyond spreading cream cheese, then hit something colder, sleeker. The chef's knife lay along the back of the drawer like it had been waiting. I wrapped my hand around the handle and lifted it. Everything else rattled in protest, then settled. The blade was longer than I remembered. A good 8, maybe 10 inches, catching the kitchen light in a hard, flat gleam. Tiny scratches ran sideways along it, ghosts of past chopping. My wrist adjusted automatically to the weight. The metal felt cold, not fridge cold, not outdoors in winter cold. It was a clean, indifferent chill that seeped into my palm, up into my arm, like the knife itself did not care what I planned to use it for. Standing there in my sister's kitchen with that thing in my hand, I felt ridiculous for half a second. It was the cliché shot from every cheap horror movie, the slightly sweaty protagonist gripping a kitchen knife they only ever use on onions, pretending the thin strip of steel makes them powerful. I could almost see it from above, a guy in a hoodie and socks under the harsh overhead light, staring at his own reflection in the microwave door, knife held too tight. But then the memory of the silhouette on the landing slid back into place. The height of it, the gliding way it had crossed the balcony, the tilt of the head, like it had noticed me the way you notice a noise behind you in a dark room. Behind that came the children's voices layered together in my head. One after another, you were standing in my doorway. You were right by my window. The muddy smear on the glass by the back door, the half-moon toe marks on the deck, the handprint at kid height where no kid had been that night. All of it lined up in a neat, ugly row. Ridiculous or not, my fingers tightened around the handle. I tested the weight, shifting my grip so the blade pointed down, my thumb along the spine. That was how you were supposed to hold it. Right, less cinematic, more useful. The edge looked duller than a horror movie would want, but it would still cut. Flesh is not hard to open. Okay, I muttered, more to fill the air than anything. Okay. The house listened. I didn't want to walk up those stairs in total silence. Not now. Not with the echo of that bang still hanging over the landing and the image of that tall shadow gliding past Emma's door. If one of the kids woke up right then and poked their head out, I didn't want them to hear dead quiet and their uncle creeping like a burglar. So I did the stupid, human thing. I tried to soundtrack my own fear. As I left the kitchen and crossed the living room toward the stairs, I started humming under my breath. Some nonsense tune my brain grabbed at the jingle from a commercial, maybe, or the chorus of a song I'd heard in the car earlier. It came out halting at first, my throat dry, then steadier as I forced it. That low, tuneless hum bounced off the walls in a shaky loop. If a kid heard it, I told myself, they'd just think, Uncle's being weird again. Not there's something wrong in the house. If some part of me heard it, maybe it would believe I wasn't as scared as I was. Knife in my right hand, banister under my left. I started up the stairs again. The steps answered one by one. Click, creak, groan. The noises had all felt like harmless house personality earlier. Now each one sounded like it was announcing me, sending little tremors ahead into the upper floor. My humming sounded thinner as I climbed, as if the air got narrower near the top. I could hear my own breath under it, faster than I wanted it to be. The coil of the knife handle dug into my palm. The plastic warmed by my skin, but the tang of metal still cool against my fingers. By the time I reached the last step, my song had devolved into a single note I held more out of stubbornness than melody. It died on my lips when I stepped onto the landing. The upstairs hallway stretched out left and right. Left toward Emma's room, right toward Lucas's. The bathroom door sat between them, half shut, its mirror catching a sliver of hallway light. The air up here felt thicker, like it had been held in place for too long. The faint smell of kids' shampoo and vanilla candle wax lingered. I opened my mouth to call their names something light, something normal, like, "Hey." Everybody good, and that was when I heard it. From Emma's room, through the cracked door, came a voice. Not hers. It was soft. So soft that for a split second, I thought it was my imagination cobbling words out of the heater noise. Then I registered the rhythm rise and fall, syllables shaped, pauses in the right places. It wasn't the house. It was someone talking in a low murmur. I went still so fast my knees almost locked. The knife, which I'd been carrying point down, lifted slightly by reflex, the tip hovering just in front of my thigh. My fingers adjusted their grip, sweat making the handle slick. I shifted my weight onto the balls of my feet without meaning to, the way you do when your body is deciding whether it's going to run or jump. The voice continued. It was pitched wrong, high, but not childish. There was a strained brightness to it, like an adult trying to talk through a cartoon filter. The words blurred together at first, sounds slipping under the door in a thin stream. My heart was beating in my ears, stepping on the consonants. I held my breath and leaned just a fraction closer to Emma's door, knife hand hovering uselessly at my side. So soft. The voice whispered. A small, breathy laugh followed, squeezed through teeth. So small. The tone was almost fond, like someone admiring a pet or a delicate piece of jewelry. It made my skin crawl in a way no shout could have. Don't cry. Those two words were clear enough that I felt them as much as heard them. The syllables came out stretched, coaxing, the way you might talk to a baby, but there was a thin wire of impatience glinting underneath. Every muscle in my body clenched. Emma. The image of her in bed. Blanket pulled to her chin. Nightlight glow on her cheeks. Flashed across my brain so sharply it left an afterimage. I pictured that rabbit under her arm. I pictured something tall leaning over her, mouth too close to her ear, whispering about how soft and small she was. I was close enough now to hear another sound wrapped around the words, a wet, uneven hitch of breath. Not the whisperers. Higher. Thinner. The quiet. Strangled, almost sob of a kid trying not to make noise. My heart hammered so hard, I could feel it in my gums. Everything in me screamed to kick the door in, to burst through and swing until the knife hit something that wasn't mattress or air, to drag whatever was in there out by whatever part of it I could grab and throw it down the stairs. But fear is a weird animal. It doesn't always lunge forward. Sometimes it holds you exactly where you are and tells you to wait, to listen, to make sure. I took one more step until I was right beside the doorframe. The hallway light painted a thin line along the edge of the wood. Emma's nightlight still glowed on the carpet, casting that strip of amber out into the hall. None of it had changed. Everything had changed. The voice shifted then. There was a tiny pause, like whoever it belonged to had turned their head. The quality of the sound tilted with it, coming a little more directly through the crack instead of sideways. When it spoke again, the tone was different. Less sing-song, more amused, annoyed even. "You're early," it said. The words were still delivered in that high, almost childish pitch, but there was no mistaking the adult shape of them, no mistaking who they were for. I thought I had more time. There was no one else it could have been talking to. The hair on my arms lifted so sharply it hurt. The knife in my hand suddenly felt both too heavy and completely useless. The house around us seemed to lean in, every board and nail listening. On the other side of the door, someone who was not me, who was not supposed to be there at all, had just complained about my timing like I'd interrupted them in the middle of a job. 4.1. Entering Emma's room. There are some sentences your brain files away instantly in the "this should not be happening" drawer. "You're early. I thought I had more time." Delivered in a high, almost childlike voice from your 6-year-old niece's bedroom when you are very sure you are the only adult who should be in the house. Is one of them. For a second after those words slid through the crack in the door, I didn't move. The knife felt wrong in my hand, like it belonged in someone else's story. The hallway light buzzed faintly overhead, a thin insect whine. Emma's nightlight cast its little bar of amber onto the carpet, and in that stripe of light, I could see individual fibers. One stray sequin from a toy, the edge of a crayon wrapper. The detail was obscene. My brain would latch onto anything except the fact that someone was talking to me from inside that room. I forced my fingers to tighten around the handle of the knife. I didn't kick the door in. I didn't scream. I didn't do any of the big, brave, cinematic things. My hand was shaking too much for that. Instead, I pressed the back of my wrist against the wood, keeping the blade behind it, between me and whatever was inside, and nudged. The door gave with a soft, sticky sound. It swung inward an inch, then another. The strip of hallway light widened on the floor, stretching across the carpet toward the bed like it was trying to reach the far wall and couldn't quite make it. The smell hit me first. Kid smells. Sure shampoo. Baby lotion. The stale sweetness of a juice box that had once leaked into the trash. But under all that, faint but unmistakable, was something else. Sweat that wasn't from a 6-year-old. Clothes that hadn't seen detergent in a long time. A sour, wet, metallic hint that my brain refused to name. The nightlight sat in its outlet near the floor. A little plastic dome with a cartoon moon printed on it. Its weak yellow glow pushed up into the shadows like thick syrup, not strong enough to clear them away. Just enough to outline them. The hallway light behind me poured in at a higher angle, creating layers, bright, dim, dark, darker. Emma's bed was a pale shape against the far wall, blanket a heap of unicorns and stars jumbled together. She was curled on her side, facing the door. Her eyes found mine immediately, like they'd been fixed there, waiting for the door to move. They were too wide, whites showing all the way around the irises, catching every scrap of light, turning them into shining, wet circles. A tear sat on the lower rim of one eye, about to fall, but not quite, held in place by whatever small, desperate part of her was trying not to cry out loud. Her breathing was wrong, fast, shallow, pulled tight through her nose. Each inhale made her shoulders jerk a little under the blanket. Her lips were parted just enough to let out small, shaky exhalations that I couldn't hear but could see in the way her chest moved. She was doing that kid thing, trying to be quiet, because she'd been told not to wake anyone, even while her body screamed to make noise. Her stuffed rabbit lay half off the bed, one plush arm dangling over the side. Its head was still on the mattress. Button eye aimed at the ceiling, but the body hung down, ears almost brushing the carpet. One ear was twisted, the stitching frayed where she'd chewed it as a baby, for some reason. That dangling arm bothered me more than if the toy had been thrown across the room. It looked like it had been pushed aside to make room for something else. Between Emma and the wall, in the narrow space that should have been empty, someone was standing. He filled the gap in a way that made the room feel smaller, tall. That was my first thought. Too tall for the space, like someone had taken a normal person and stretched them a few inches past what the room had been designed for. His head came close to the ceiling, not enough to touch, but enough that my brain calculated the distance and winced. He was facing the bed at first. I saw him in pieces, the outline of a dirty gray hoodie. The fabric slumped thin over narrow shoulders. The hood lay flat against his back. It hadn't been pulled up. The sweatshirt itself clung in places where sweat and grime had stiffened it. Dark patches pooled around the armpits. The hem frayed into little curls of thread. His arms were long, too long. One hung at his side, sleeve shoved up to the elbow, exposing a forearm pale enough to almost glow in the nightlight. The other was raised, elbow bent, hand near Emma's face. His jeans had once been blue, maybe. Now they were that washed out. Grayish color denim gets when it's lived through too many sleeps on floors and too few spins in a washer. The fabric sagged over his knees, ringed with darker grime around the hem where they met his shoes, or maybe bare feet. I couldn't see that far down yet. My gaze tracked upward, unwillingly. The hand near Emma's face was cupping her cheek. His fingers were long and thin, bones like sticks under skin that looked almost translucent in the low light. The knuckles jutted out too sharply. The fingernails were not the color they should have been. They were a sickly yellow, ragged at the edges. Crescents of black lodged stubbornly underneath each one. Dirt. Something worse. They looked like they had been digging in places hands weren't meant to go. He moved his thumb in a slow, stroking motion along her cheekbone, and I heard the faintest wet sound as it caught a tear around his wrist, just above where the hoodie sleeve had been pushed up. Something circled the bone. A bracelet. At least, that's what my brain labeled it in the first split second. A string of small white objects threaded along a thin, dark cord. They were irregular in shape, none of them perfectly round. Some were longer, teardrop or rice-shaped. Others were short and stubby. They didn't lie flat against his skin. They jutted and angled, creating little peaks and valleys. When he moved his hand, they clacked together faintly. Not the bright, cheerful click of plastic beads. A duller sound, muted, like someone had dropped a handful of tiny pebbles onto a table covered in cloth. Weird beads, my mind supplied, grasping for normalcy. Homemade jewelry, something kids make at camp and weird men keep as trophies of a different kind. I'd learn what they really were later. Right then, the label was all I could manage. My eyes kept going up because they had to, because there was nowhere left to stop. His neck was wrong, too long, for one. The skin stretched over it had the waxy, pale look of someone who hadn't seen real daylight in a long time. I could trace the cords of muscle and tendon underneath. The small hollow at the base of his throat, where a pulse should have been visible if the light had been right, and if I'd been close enough to see that level of horror. His jaw was narrow, sharply defined, like he'd lost weight fast, and his face hadn't decided where to settle yet. Stubble darkened the lower half. Not the even shadow of someone who'd skipped shaving, but patchy, wiry growth that looked like it might feel more like steel wool than hair. When he turned toward me, it wasn't a startle, not a flinch. It was slow, intentional. He finished whatever word he'd been half whispering to Emma, the last syllable trailing off into nothing, then pivoted his head like it was on a hinge. First the chin, rotating, then the mouth, then the nose, then the eyes. They didn't line up right. That was the first thing that hit me about his face. His eyes sat at slightly different heights, like one had been jostled in its socket and never put back the same. The left one was a fraction lower than the right, throwing the whole symmetry off just enough to make your brain stumble when you looked at him. They were open wide, too, Not in surprise, more like interest. Both irises were a washed-out color in the dim light, pale gray or blue, but it was hard to tell. The pupils were huge, black discs that almost swallowed what color there was. They made his gaze look bottomless, like there was more behind them than there should have been. His nose had been broken at least once. The bridge carried a faint bump, crooked just a little to one side. Veins blew faint blue traceries under the thin skin around it. His cheeks were hollowed, skin stretched over bone. There were shadows under his eyes that might have been bruises once, or might have just been the accumulated dirt of someone who'd stopped caring about water and soap a long time ago. His mouth curved, not the way a normal person smiles when they see another adult in a kid's bedroom and realize they're busted. There was no sheepishness, no guilt in it. It was more of a slow pulling up of one corner, then the other. Like he was trying the expression on, seeing if it still fit. When his lips parted, I saw the gap. One of his front teeth was broken, snapped diagonally, leaving a dark, uneven space right off center. The remaining piece was discolored, the kind of yellow-brown you get from too much smoke and not enough brushing. The rest of his teeth crowded behind that gap, uneven rows with tiny chips missing here and there, like someone had taken bites out of rocks in the nightlight and hallway glow. His skin had that corpse-adjacent look some people get when they've been living wrong for too long thin. Slightly gray at the temples and along the jaw, like the blood under it had decided it wasn't worth the effort. His gaze dropped once, briefly, to the knife in my hand, then back up to my face. We just looked at each other. Emma was a small, shivering presence in the bottom left corner of my vision, her eyes now flicking between him and me, panic trapped behind them like an animal at the edge of a cage. My fingers clenched around the handle until my knuckles ached. The bracelet around his wrist clacked again as he shifted his hand, just enough to drag his thumb one more time along her cheek, like he was finishing a thought for one freezing, endless heartbeat. The most terrifying thing about him wasn't the knife I didn't know how to use, or the height, or the eyes, or the filth. It was how completely unsurprised he looked to see me there. Like I was the one interrupting a routine. Like men like him stand by children's beds in houses like this all the time. And the only unusual part of the evening was that I'd walked in before he was finished. 4.2. Dialogue, attack, and the shattering lamp for a heartbeat. Nobody moved. Me in the doorway. Knuckles white around the knife. Emma in the bed, eyes glassy with terror. The tall man by her mattress, his hand still on her face, head cocked just enough to make his misaligned eyes look almost curious. When he spoke, it was in that same high, sing-song tone I'd heard through the door. "She's a sweet one," he said. The words came out almost gently, like he was admiring something on a shelf. His thumb traced a slow line along Emma's cheekbone, smearing the tear he'd caught earlier. The little white beads around his wrist clacked softly as he moved, each shift of his hand making them knock together with that dull, muffled sound. "This whole street has sweet ones," he went on, gaze still on her for a second too long before he slid his eyes back to me. "You shouldn't have left the gate open." The way he said street made my stomach knot. Not house, not room. Street. Like he had a mental map of where all the kids were and we'd just been one on the list. Emma whimpered then. It was a small sound, but it punched straight through the thick air in the room. Her lips trembled, a breath hitched in her throat, She still didn't scream, like the fear had gone past the point where her body remembered how. Her fingers were twisted in the edge of her blanket, knuckles pale. "Get away from her," I heard myself say. My voice cracked halfway through. It didn't come out like the sharp bark I'd imagined in my head. It came out hoarse, tight, pitched too high at the end. The knife wobbled in my grip, the tip drawing a tiny, unintentional arc as my hands shook. The man's eyes flicked down to the blade, then back up to my face. What settled there wasn't fear. It wasn't even irritation. It was something worse, delight. Not full-blown joy, not a grin, but a small, brightening interest. Like a cat noticing a new toy. "Get away from her," I said again, forcing more air behind it. "Get out of the house, right now." He smiled wider, gap-toothed, that broken front tooth catching the nightlight glow in a pale streak. "Oh," he said in that weird, high-pitched sing-song. "You brought a knife." If he'd sounded angry, I might have felt more solid. Anger you can meet with anger. But he sounded amused, pleased, like I'd upgraded the evening for him. He finally took his hand off Emma's face. Her skin kept the shape of his fingers for a second, red marks blooming along her cheek. His pale hand hovered in the air between them, the bone bracelet sliding a fraction down his wrist as he moved. The little white pieces clacked again, a sound just a shade too heavy to be plastic. Then he took one step toward me. It was exaggerated, almost theatrical. A long, slow placing of one foot on the carpet, arms hanging loose at his sides, shoulders angling forward just enough to suggest movement without rush. It was like he was walking into a spotlight that only he could see. My body moved before my brain caught up. I lunged, not with any training or finesse. It was panic given shape a forward rush, legs pushing off the carpet, arm jerking in a wild arc. The knife, which you're supposed to keep close, tight, controlled, swung out and away from me as I hacked toward the center of his body like I was chopping into a log. The blade snagged on something. For a split second, resistance a tug against my wrist, enough to jar my elbow. Then it broke free, the metal rasping through fabric with a harsh, tearing sound. I felt, not saw, a piece of his hoodie give way. He was already sidestepping. He moved sharper than I expected for someone who'd glided across the balcony like a shadow. His upper body twisted just enough that my clumsy swing passed along his side instead of into his chest. The smell of him hit me full, then sweat, damp cloth, something sour and metallic underneath, like dried blood and pennies. Pain lanced up my arm. His hand had come up as my arm came down. Long, filthy nails raked across my forearm from wrist to elbow. I felt each one as it dug into skin, dragging hot, burning lines in their wake. It was like being clawed by wire. For a half beat, there was no blood, just fire. Then the warmth started. I saw it more than felt it, thin red lines swelling, then breaking. Beads of dark blood welling up and sliding sideways as my arm swung past. The sting sharpened as air hit the wounds, as my sweat mixed with the open scratches. I stumbled, off balance from the miss and the shock of pain. The knife almost slipped from my grip. I caught it just before it left my hand. Fingers sweaty, handle slick. My shoulder slammed into the edge of Emma's dresser, sending a pencil holder rattling and a little plastic jewelry box skidding across the surface. Something inside it clinked. Emma finally screamed. The sound tore out of her like it had been trapped at the bottom of her lungs, and someone had suddenly opened a hatch. High and shrill and full-throated, it cut through the room, bounced off the walls, ricocheted into my skull. The man's face crinkled in what looked disturbingly like pleasure. "Loud now," he said, almost ruefully, in that too bright voice. His hand shot out, not at me this time, but to the nightstand. He grabbed the lamp. It was the small one I'd turned off earlier, the kind with a short neck and a wide, cheap shade. His fingers wrapped around the base, bracelet clacking against ceramic. In one fast, whipping motion, he swung it up and toward my head. I ducked, more instinct than strategy. The lamp missed my face by inches. I felt the rush of air it pushed in front of it, smelled the dust on the shade as it passed over. The cord snapped taut, jerked free of the outlet with a sharp pop. Then the lamp hit the floor. It exploded. Not in a fiery, cinematic way, just in that brutal, real-world way glass has when it meets hardwood at speed. The bulb shattered with a loud, obscene pop, shards spraying out in a wide arc that sang against the floorboards. The ceramic base broke in two, chunks bouncing once, then skidding under the edge of the bed. For a second, everything flared. There was a brief flash of harsher white light as the filament inside the bulb ruptured. Then nothing. The room plunged deeper into shadow. The hallway glow behind me and the little nightlight by the floor were all that was left, struggling to reassert themselves. The darkness changed the man. Details blurred. His eyes became deeper pits, the whites swallowed by shadow. The broken tooth turned into a darker notch and a pale smudge of a face. His hoodie, already gray, merged with the gloom. He became more outline than person, a tall, jagged absence against the softer edges of the room. Glass crunched under my shoe as I tried to regain my footing. Tiny shards, more felt than seen, ground beneath my socked foot with a dry, grating sound. The idea of one punching through the fabric and into skin flashed across my mind, absurd and vivid in the middle of everything else. Emma's scream leveled up. With the lamp gone, the last fragile hold she'd had on being quiet snapped. She shrieked, high and continuous, the kind of sound that frays at the edges as the voice box starts to protest. It filled the small room completely, crowding out rational thought. The scream echoed weirdly in my ears, between her voice and the rush of blood through my head. The world narrowed down to a kind of distorted tunnel. Each sound came in doubled her cry. My own ragged breathing, the faint clatter of those bone-like beads on his wrist, as if the room had grown 2 or 3 sizes and we were moving in slow. Overlapping loops inside it, Lucas, I shouted, or tried to. I'm not sure if his name actually made it out in a way anyone could understand, or if it just dissolved into the chaos. The heater kicked on again at that exact, idiotic moment. The vents exhaled, adding a low rushing sound to the cacophony. Warm air flowed over my bare, bleeding arm, making the scratches sting sharper, bringing the smell of dust and whatever lived in the ductwork up into my face. The man laughed, softly, almost under his breath, like he'd just watched a magic trick he appreciated. The sound got swallowed by Emma's screaming almost immediately, but I felt it more than heard it, a tiny vibration in the air between us, a little puff of breath that didn't belong. We were close enough now that I could see the way the skin around his eyes crinkled when he did it. Not from real humor, from something tighter, meaner, enjoyment trimmed in annoyance. The lamp lay in ruins between us. The broken base pieces, the twisted cord, the sprinkling of glass all formed a crude little barrier on the floor, a line neither of us had fully decided to cross yet. The nightlight's amber glow picked out the edges of some shards, making them sparkle like teeth. I tightened my grip on the knife and felt fresh blood slick under my fingers where it had run down my arm. The tall man shifted his weight, long feet adjusting on the carpet with almost no sound. The bracelet around his wrist slid again, clacking those tiny white beads together in a rhythm that lodged itself in my head. For the first time that night, I understood, on a level deeper than words, that this wasn't a nightmare I'd wake from or a story I'd recount later and laugh about. This was the part of the horror movie where the actors don't know yet if they're going to make it. But the audience can tell from the way the shadows are leaning that something has already decided. 4.3. Escape and peekaboo on the landing. You don't plan the moment you decide you're done fighting and you're just going to grab what you can and run. It happened between one heartbeat and the next. 1 second, I was standing in Emma's room with a knife in my hand, blood sliding down my arm, glass crunching under my socks, that tall man smiling at me in the half-dark. The next, every nerve in me snapped to the same conclusion: get her. Get out. I moved without warning, even to myself. I lunged sideways toward the bed, almost tripping on the ruined lamp. The nightlight's weak glow made the room feel like it was underwater. Shapes wobbled, edges blurred. I grabbed at the blanket, fingers slipping on the cheap, slick fabric, then found something solid and small and shaking under it. Emma. Her shoulder fit under my palm like it had when she was a toddler, and I used to pick her up out of her car seat for my sister. Same small bones, same warmth, except now she was rigid. Muscles locked so tight she felt like she'd turned to wood. "Got you?" I heard myself say, voice all gravel. I hooked my arm under her knees and scooped her up. She came with the blanket half wrapped around her, nightshirt twisted, rabbit wedged somewhere between us. Her arms didn't go around my neck right away. They stayed pinned to her chest, fists clenched, like she was still bracing for that long, dirty hand to come back down toward her face. Her breath hit my throat in hot, broken gusts. The knife was still in my other hand. Somehow, I'd thought I might drop it in the scramble, but my fingers had locked around the handle hard enough that my knuckles hurt. The blade pointed down, angled away from both of us, glinting once in the spill of hallway light like an accusation. I backed toward the doorway for a second. The room stuttered between still frames, Emma's weight in my arms, the bite of broken glass under my sock, the sting of the scratches on my forearm flaring every time my muscles flexed. The air felt thick, heavy with the smell of dust and sweat and that faint metallic undercurrent of blood. I forced myself to look at him. The tall man hadn't rushed us. That was almost worse than if he had. He stood exactly where he'd been after throwing the lamp, beside the bed, between the mattress and the wall, like some terrible piece of furniture that had always belonged there. His head was tilted again, neck too long, misaligned eyes calmly following my every movement. His arms hung loose at his sides now, fingers flexing lazily. Each small movement made the pale shapes on his wrist knock together in that soft, obscene clack in the dimness. The bracelet looked more like a jagged white ring of teeth than jewelry. He didn't step toward us. He didn't raise his hands. He just watched, mouth pulled into that faint, crooked, almost smile. Like he was curious how far I thought I could get. "Come on. Come on," I muttered into Emma's hair, not sure if I was talking to her or myself. Her sobs were finally coming out now, no longer dammed up. They hit in short, hard bursts against my chest. Each one punched out on a shaky inhale. She still didn't scream words. It was just noise, animal and raw. I backed through the doorway, shoulder brushing the frame. The edge of the wood dragged across the scratches on my forearm, a sharp flare that made my grip twitch. For a split second, I thought I'd drop the knife or worse, clip her with it. I adjusted, muscles screaming, and kept moving. Out in the hallway. The light felt harsh after the layered shadows of her room. The bulb overhead buzzed faintly, casting every family photo in flat relief. Emma's door gaped open now behind me, the little bar of nightlight glow spilling across the carpet like a wound. For one terrible heartbeat, I expected a long arm to shoot out of that darkness and grab my ankle. "Lucas," I yelled, voice cracking. "Lucas!" Out now, his door slammed open so fast it banged into the wall. Lucas burst into the hallway, hair sticking up in wild tufts, t-shirt twisted, bare feet skidding on the carpet. His face looked wrong without its usual smirk or bored frown. His freckles stood out stark against skin that had gone almost paper white. He was in my room too. He blurted, breathless, eyes dragging past me to Emma's doorway, behind his words. I heard another sound from inside his room, the faint, arrhythmic tap of something hitting the wall or the dresser. A picture frame shaking, a toy knocked over. I didn't look past him. I didn't want to know what else might be in there. "Downstairs," I snapped. "Right now. Go." He didn't argue. Whatever he'd seen in his room had drained the defiance right out of him. He shot one last glance at Emma in my arms, then bolted for the stairs, feet thudding hard enough on the carpet to finally sound like a kid and not that careful. Tiptoeing weight I'd heard earlier. I followed, clutching Emma tight. We hit the top of the stairs in a ragged line, Lucas first, then me with his sister crushed against my chest. The hallway light behind us threw our three shadows out ahead on the wall, stretched and distorted, leaping down the steps before we did. Every step felt wrong. The wood groaned under the double weight of me and Emma, each creak louder than it had any right to be. My sock slipped once on the smooth edge of a tread, and my stomach lurched as my heel skidded, then caught. The knife was a cold counterweight in my hand, tip bobbing with every jolt. Emma cried against my neck, sobs stuttering as gravity tugged at her. Lucas was breathing in fast, sharp little gasps, the beginnings of hyperventilation. Each inhale sounded like it got stuck halfway up his throat. He kept one hand on the banister, knuckles white, the other out slightly to balance himself as he half ran, half stumbled down. Halfway down, the world tilted. Emma's sob cut off mid-sound, like someone had hit pause on her throat. Her whole body jerked in my arms, not away from me, but up her head lifting off my shoulder. I felt the shift and, for a fraction of a second, thought I'd hurt her, that maybe I'd squeezed too tight. Then I saw her eyes. They weren't on me. They were past me. Huge, round, the pupils drowning the color. Her gaze was locked on something over my shoulder, higher up. Her mouth fell open, but no sound came out. Her hands, which had been clamped against my chest, uncurled and reached up a little, as if to shield her face. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct I had told me to keep going, to get to the bottom, to get to a door, any door, and fling us through it, to not confirm what she was seeing, to not give it space in my head. But curiosity and terror are twins, and sometimes they both grab the wheel. I turned my head. Up above us, at the top of the stairs, leaning over the balcony railing, was the tall man. He'd bent his upper body out over the drop like his spine was made of rope instead of bone. From the waist up, he hung into the stairwell, torso almost parallel with the steps below. His too long neck arched, bringing his head farther into the empty space than should have felt structurally possible. His hands were over his face, fingers splayed, palms pressed against his cheeks, as if he were a child, hiding in plain sight. The dirty gray sleeves of his hoodie slid back toward his elbows with the angle, exposing more of those pale, sinewy forearms. The bracelet clung to his left wrist by friction and malice. The small white pieces knotted together. For a second, he held perfectly still like that, like a grotesque freeze frame, like a picture you'd find in some cursed children's book. Then, slowly, he spread his fingers, not all the way, just enough to make a gap between the middle and ring finger on one hand. Through that slit, one misaligned eye peered down at us. The pupil, huge and pupils black, locked with mine down the shaft of the stairwell. The corners of his mouth, visible beneath his hands, tugged up. "Peek," he sang softly. The words stretched out, each A elongated into a high, almost playful note. His voice floated down in that same warped, childlike pitch, scraping along my nerves. He breathed. His fingers flexed a little, hands still framing his face. The house seemed to pull the sound inward, amplifying the last syllable as it dropped into the center of my chest. Boo. The last note slid down into something almost tender, almost affectionate. It twisted in the air between us, clinging to the walls. With each soft syllable, the little white pieces on his wrist knocked together, clack, clack, clack. The sound was barely audible over the blood rushing in my ears, but I felt it in my teeth. I didn't wait for a second round. I bolted. Whatever careful, balanced descent I'd been trying for turned into a staggered, half-controlled fall down the remaining steps. My foot hit each one harder than I meant. Joints jarred by the impact, the banister blurred in my peripheral vision. Move, I barked at Lucas, who didn't need the encouragement. We hit the bottom of the stairs in a messy tangle of breaths and limbs, then careened into the living room, the lamp's soft cone of light, the couch, the blank TV, all of it flashed by in smears. There was a front door with a deadbolt between us and the street, but some animal part of my brain had latched onto the closer exit, the back door. We shot into the kitchen, socks sliding a little on the tile. The overhead fluorescent light flicked on as Lucas hit the switch without being told, bathing everything in too bright, clinical white. Emma's weight in my arms felt heavier now, my muscles burning. I veered straight for the sliding glass door, the dowel in the track, the lock, the alarm system. All the precautions my sister had drilled into me earlier rearranged themselves in my head like obstacles in a game. I reached for the handle with my free hand. My fingers closed around it and stuck. It wasn't just the usual grip on cool metal. My palm met something tacky, thick. There was a drag as I wrapped my hand around the handle, a resistance that didn't belong. For a second, the sensation didn't register as anything but wrong. Then I looked down, under the harsh kitchen light. My hand was glossy, dark, wet in places, drying in others. The handle itself was smeared in a wide, uneven streak of something that had been wiped there with force across the metal, into the little crevices where the frame met the glass, down onto the lock. Blood, not bright red, not fresh from a cut red, This was darker, brownish at the edges where it had started to dry, but still tacky in the center, thick enough that it had texture. You could see where fingers had dragged through it, leaving ridged paths. For a moment, I thought it was mine. Reflexively, I looked at my own arm. Thin lines of red still ran down from the scratches the man had left, but they were smaller, more precise. This wasn't that. This had been applied in swipes, in smears, in frantic, messy handfuls. My stomach rolled as my brain played catch-up. Below the handle, on the white frame and trailing onto the tile, were more marks. Faint, overlapping prints. Some clearer than others. Little crescents where toes had landed and slid. Half-moons of dirt and something darker ground into the surface. They led from the direction of the deck to the door, a scatter of child-sized footprints. Bare feet, small. Mud and reddish-brown smeared together. Toes splayed like whoever left them had been running, or dragged. The deck outside suddenly felt like a stage where something had already performed before I ever walked into this house. Emma whimpered against my shoulder, unaware of what I was staring at inches from her head. Lucas made a small, strangled noise behind me, the kind that might have been a question or might have been the beginning of a sob. My bloodied hand stayed on the handle, muscles locked. Between the bracelet's soft clack in my memory, the echo of peekaboo in my ears, and the dark smears under my fingers. One realization pressed in harder than all the others. The back door wasn't an exit. It was how he'd come in. 5.1, crossing the yard in socks. I do not remember unlocking the back door. I remember the blood on the handle. I remember the child-sized footprints, brown and red and smeared. I remember my hand refusing to let go for a heartbeat too long, fingers glued in place by horror more than anything sticky. Then something in me snapped, and the next frame in my memory is the door open. Cool night air rushing in, and me shoving us through it anyway. The screen door rattled hard as I slammed it into its track. Emma gasped at the temperature drop, a sharp little intake against my neck. Lucas stumbled over the track, nearly going to his knees on the deck boards before he caught himself with a hand on the railing. "Go," I said, and my voice sounded wrong, too loud in the quiet backyard, too rough, like I'd been yelling longer than I had, across the yard. Now. We didn't stop for shoes. The deck wood was cold under my socks, the slight damp of evening dew seeping up almost immediately. The yard beyond was a darker patch in the suburban darkness, a rectangle of grass bordered by fences and the faint outlines of bushes. Someone down the block had a porch light on, but our own back porch light barely cut into the black. Lucas hit the grass first. He yelped under his breath at the shock of wet, cold blades soaking his socks. The sound came out through gritted teeth, half complaint, half fear. His feet kicked up little sprays of droplets as he ran, each step slapping softly against the ground. I followed. Emma clutched to my chest, her legs bare. The grass slapped her calves too, dark streaks of wetness blooming where it touched. Her toes curled reflexively in the air. I could feel every shiver that ran through her. Her body was tiny and shaking and hot where it pressed against me. But the air was cold enough that each breath came out of my mouth in a faint cloud. The yard felt much longer than it ever had at family barbecues. Back then, it was just a stretch of space for a cheap folding table and a kiddie pool. Now it was a field we had to cross, exposed under a sky that suddenly looked way too large. The neighboring houses loomed as muted silhouettes peaked roofs, dark windows, the occasional lit rectangle of a kitchen or living room. Behind us, my sister's house sat with its own windows blank, its back door still slightly ajar. The image of that tall man standing just inside it, head tilted, watching us cross his territory, crawled behind my eyes. "Keep moving," I said, not sure if I'd spoken out loud or just thought it hard enough that my jaw clenched around the words. The neighbor's house to the left was dark. To the right, though, one had life in it. A living room light glowed a friendly, oblivious yellow. A bluish flicker came from deeper inside another TV. The outline of a minivan sat in the driveway, its windows reflecting the streetlights. The porch light was on, painting the front steps in pale orange. I zeroed in on that like it was the only solid thing in the world. We reached the back fence, a low wooden thing my sister had always complained wasn't high enough to keep deer out of her garden. It was more symbolic boundary than barrier. Lucas scrambled up first, bare hands grabbing the top rail, socks slipping on the boards. The wood creaked under his weight, dry and splintered in places. He swung one leg over and dropped down on the other side with a thump. "Careful," I hissed, but he was already turning, arms up. He reached for Emma, and I passed her down across the fence. For a second, my grip loosened and her weight shifted away from me. Her small hands clawed at my hoodie, then Lucas had her under the arms, and she was in his lap, his skinny arms wrapping around her torso as they both crouched in the neighbor's yard, dark grass soaking their clothes. I climbed last, knife still in my fist. It made the whole maneuver clumsy, one hand on the fence, the other holding the blade away from my body and theirs. My scraped arm screamed when I pulled myself up. The cuts along my forearm burned, blood slicking the wood where I gripped it. I felt the fence flex, nails complaining in the posts. Then I swung my leg over and hopped down. We were in someone else's backyard now. The air smelled different, less of our grill and more of their flowers. Some night blooming thing giving off a faint, sweet scent that felt stupid and obscene against the metallic tang in my nose. A dog barked once inside the house, sharp and questioning, then went quiet. "Front," I panted. "Go around front," Lucas nodded. Face pale but focused in that way kids' faces get when they've moved past panic into some narrowed survival mode. He shifted Emma in his arms, half dragging, half guiding her as we hurried along the side of the neighbor's house, shoes forgotten, knees damp, breaths loud. The side yard was a thin corridor between two houses. Gravel crunched under our socks. A trash can loomed as a dark shape. I almost collided with it, the lid wobbling with a plastic clack that seemed too loud. The siding of the house brushed my shoulder, cool, slightly damp, smelling faintly of paint and mildew. We emerged onto the driveway like someone stepping out onto a stage. The street was quiet, but not dead. A car rolled slowly by at the far end of the cul-de-sac, headlights washing briefly over the row of mailboxes before disappearing. A porch light across the way flickered. Somewhere a sprinkler clicked to life with a staccato hiss. We sprinted to the front door of the house with the lights on before I could talk myself into going to a different one. The welcome mat was too clean dark gray with home printed in white block letters as my feet hit it, leaving wet footprints. I slammed my shoulder against the doorframe and hammered on the wood with the side of my fist. The doorbell button was a little glowing circle beside the frame. I stabbed it with my thumb. The chime inside the house rang out clear, chiming notes that sounded like a commercial for some doorbell company. I hit it again and again. Between each chime, I pounded on the door. My blood was dripping. It took me a second to realize the dark spots spattering the mat weren't all from soaked socks and yard dirt. Each knock sent a jolt through my injured arm. Reopening the scratches, drops of blood slid down to my wrist, over my knuckles, and flung off onto the white-painted wood and the mat. The door opened faster than I expected. A middle-aged woman with short, graying hair and reading glasses perched on her nose peered out, chains still on. She wore a faded college t-shirt and leggings, the kind of outfit you put on when you're not expecting anyone to see you. Behind her, the sound of a TV filtered through some HGTV show. By the tone of the hosts babbling about backsplash tiles and open concept. "Can I?" she started, and then her eyes dropped. First to Emma, clinging to my chest, face streaked with tears, bare legs dotted with grass and dirt. Then to Lucas, standing just behind me, chest heaving, socks muddy, eyes blown wide. Then to my arm, where blood was still leaking in thin lines. "Emma," she said, disbelieving. "Lucas." Her gaze snapped back up to my face, and whatever irritation she'd felt at being interrupted at night dissolved into alarm. "Oh my God," she breathed. "What happened, please?" I said, words tripping over themselves. We can't. There's someone." The chain rattled as she slapped it free. She yanked the door open the rest of the way and stepped aside, ushering us in with quick, urgent motions. "Get in here. Come on. Come in." The shift from outside air to inside was jarring. Her house smelled like lemon cleaner and laundry detergent. The entryway tile was cool and spotless under our dirty socks. The TV in the living room prattled on about renovation budgets. Somewhere deeper in, a dishwasher shushed and gurgled, cycling through a rinse. Emma started crying again as soon as the door shut behind us, the sound reverberating off the walls. The neighbor locked the deadbolt, then slid a chain across with a small, decisive clink that sounded more solid than any sound in my sister's house had all night. "Sit down," she said, guiding us toward her couch. "Sit. What is going on?" "Should I call 911?" I blurted. "Call 911?" She didn't argue. She grabbed her cordless phone from its dock on a side table, fingers fumbling slightly as she hit the buttons. The screen glowed blue. In the moment before she lifted it to her ear, she looked at me again. Really looked. "You're bleeding," she said. "Your arm. It's fine." I lied automatically. He scratched me, that's all." "Just he," she repeated, voice rising, but then the call connected. 911, what is your emergency?" A calm, too-trained voice asked through the speaker. The neighbor's eyes darted to me. "You talk," she whispered, thrusting the phone into my hand. My fingers left faint red smears on the plastic. This is Daniel," I stammered, giving my full name out of reflex. I rattled off the neighbor's address, then my sister's, stumbling over the numbers. "My niece and nephew, there's a man in my sister's house. He's still in there. He was in their rooms. He grabbed Emma. He scratched me. There's blood. And okay, sir." "Slow down," the operator said in that maddeningly steady tone. In the background, a keyboard clicked. "You said there is a man in the home with your niece and nephew in my sister's home," I corrected, voice breaking. "We're at the neighbor's now. We left. We ran. He's still in there. I don't know if he followed us out the back." Do you know this man?" she asked. "Is he a family member? A friend of the family?" I said too fast. "No. I've never seen him before. He was in Emma's room when I went in." He was by her bed. He was talking to her. "Is he armed?" she asked. "Did you see any weapons?" I thought of his hands on Emma's face, the claws of his filthy nails ripping through my skin, the way he'd swung the lamp at my head. He had his hands. I said, "He used a lamp. I had the knife, not him. I don't know if he has anything else. He was just there." "Can you describe him for me?" the operator continued. "Approximate height, build, clothing." I closed my eyes and saw him again, in terrible detail. "Tall," I said. "Way over 6 feet. Skinny, like too thin. Gray hoodie, dirty, frayed, old jeans, pale skin. His eyes were..." I struggled for the right words. They didn't line up. One was lower than the other. Big pupils. One front tooth broken. My arm throbbed in time with my heartbeat. Emma clung to me, face buried in my chest. Her sobs quieter now. Worn-out shivers more than full cries. Lucas sat on the edge of the neighbor's couch, hands pressed together between his knees, staring at the floor like if he looked up, he might see that man peering in the window. "Any distinctive marks?" the operator asked. "Tattoos, scars, jewelry. The word snagged. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah." He had a bracelet on his left wrist. "What kind of bracelet?" Her voice sharpened a tiny fraction. I looked at my own wrist, as if that would help, then saw instead the memory of his pale skin, string digging into it, those small white shapes crowded together. It was like beads, I said. White, not uniform, different shapes. When he moved his hand, they clicked together, not like plastic. The sound of them came back, the soft, dull clack. They looked like I stopped, throat closing on the word that wanted to come out. Like bone, little bones, like teeth or... I don't know. They looked wrong. "Bone-like beads," the operator repeated, her typing audible. "We'll note that. Officers are en route to the address you gave. Are you, your niece, and your nephew all inside the neighbor's home now?" "Yes," I said. "Door locked. Chain on. We're not going back out." "Okay," she said. "Stay inside. Do not attempt to re-enter your sister's residence. Officers will make contact with you at the neighbor's location when they arrive. I need you to stay on the line with me until then." "All right?" I nodded before realizing she couldn't see it. "Okay." I managed. The neighbor lady sat down on the coffee table in front of us, one hand hovering near my knee like she wanted to touch but wasn't sure if she should. Her TV continued its oblivious narration in the background, something about open shelving and natural light clashing horribly with the words spilling out of my mouth. "Can you hear anything outside?" the operator asked. "Any movement? Any voices?" I closed my eyes and listened. Dishwasher humming, TV jabbering, the soft, constrained sniffles of a 6-year-old trying to pull herself back together. Lucas's shaky breaths, the faint tick of a wall clock over the doorway, and under it all, seeping in from the quiet street and the house we'd left behind, the sense that somewhere, not very far away at all, a tall man in a dirty gray hoodie was still moving through someone's idea of a safe neighborhood like it was his own. 5.2. Watching the house and the man who walks away. The operator kept talking in my ear, but at some point the words turned into background noise. "Stay on the line with me, sir. Officers are en route. I need you to remain inside the residence where you are now." I heard her. But something animal in me had already started moving toward the front of the house. The neighbor's living room window looked out over the cul-de-sac in a way my sisters didn't. Same curve of asphalt, same polite row of mailboxes, same assortment of minivans and SUVs parked in driveways like sleeping animals. But from here, I could see my sister's front yard dead on, porch light still burning, blinds drawn half-mast. "I need to see," I muttered, half to the operator, half to myself. "Sir," she said. "What was that?" I didn't answer. The neighbor woman hovered near the kids, one hand on Emma's shoulder, the other resting near Lucas's back without quite touching him. They sat together on the couch, both of them staring at me like I was the only tether they had left to normal. I stepped up to the window. The glass was cool against my fingertips where I rested my non-bloody hand on the sill. Outside, the night had gone too quiet. The cul-de-sac, usually a low murmur of TVS, muffled conversation, distant traffic, felt like someone had hit mute. Porch lights glowed in neat little halos up and down the street. A jack-o'-lantern from last week's Halloween still sagged on one stoop, caved in on itself. The sky over the rooftops was a flat, dull black, the stars smothered by suburban light. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then stopped like it had thought better of continuing. "Do you see or hear anything unusual at this time?" the operator asked in my ear. I swallowed and focused on my sister's house. Her porch light painted the front steps in pale yellow. The welcome mat sat straight and centered. The pumpkins the kids had gotten from the patch were still on either side of the door, lopsided but intact. The blinds in the front windows were closed, slats tilted just enough to show thin strips of darkness behind them. No smashed glass, no door hanging open. From this angle, it looked fine. It looked exactly like the kind of house where nothing bad was supposed to happen. "Not yet," I said quietly. "I'm looking at the house. It looks normal." The word felt like a lie as soon as I said it. A minute stretched out, long and brittle. The wall clock over the neighbor's TV ticked off seconds with little, precise taps. In between, I could hear the soft churn of the dishwasher in the kitchen, the HGTV hosts debating countertop choices, Emma's damp sniffles, Lucas's slow, forced breaths as he tried not to panic in front of a stranger. My own heartbeats slotted themselves in between all of that. Too loud, too heavy. Then, movement. Not at the front door, not in the windows. Off to the side? My sister's yard had a wooden gate along the right-hand fence just tall enough to keep the kids from wandering, not tall enough to keep anything determined out. I watched that section of darkness and almost missed the first subtle shift, the pale line of the gate's edge breaking, moving. The gate swung inward with lazy casualness. A dark shape slid through. He stepped out onto the side path like he was supposed to be there. No rush, no stumble, not a hint of someone escaping. Just a tall, thin man in a gray hoodie walking out of a family's backyard like he'd finished his business and was heading home. His hood was up now, hiding some of his face, but not enough. The porch light from my sister's place caught him in profile for a second. The fabric of the hoodie stretched over narrow shoulders and a too long neck. His jeans hung loose on his legs, the denim dark and stained. His hands were in his pockets, elbows out a little, making his shape into that typical slouch you see on guys walking back from the gas station at 11 p.m. If you didn't know what he'd just been doing, you could have mistaken him for any other weird neighbor out for a late stroll. "Sir," the operator said. "What's happening now? He's leaving," I whispered. My throat felt tight, the words scraping as they came out. "He just walked out my sister's side gate." "Where is he now?" she asked, voice sharpening. "Can you see him clearly?" "He's on the sidewalk," I said. He's just walking." And that was it. He didn't look back at the house. Didn't look around like someone worried about being seen. He just turned onto the concrete strip that ran along the curve of the cul-de-sac and started down it at an easy, unhurried pace, as if he did this every night. A street lamp stood a few houses down. As he passed under it, the yellow light dragged his features into view just long enough for my brain to snatch another picture. His hood shadowed his eyes, but I could still see the wrongness in the way his face was put together, the two hollow cheeks, the crooked nose, the mouth pulled into that tiny, private smile. The front of his hoodie flapped just enough to show a pale wrist emerging from the sleeve for a moment. The bracelet caught the light. Tiny white shapes, crowded on a dark cord, a ring of irregular pieces, each one curved or knotted or notched in a way that made them shimmer unevenly. They weren't polished like jewelry. They were dull, matte, with a faint porousness I could see even from this distance, when his hand shifted inside the pocket. They knocked together. I remembered the sound, that soft, dull clack I'd heard beside Emma's bed, on the landing as he played his warped version of peekaboo. In the hallway when he whispered through the door, it was like hearing a lighter flick 3 rooms away, or the jingle of your own car keys. You recognize it, whether you want to or not. Something inside me surged then, an urge so strong it almost flung me away from the window. I wanted to go after him, to tear the neighbor's door open, fly down the steps, and sprint across those few yards of asphalt. To hit him from behind, drive him face first into the curb, feel teeth break under my hands, to smash his skull into the pavement until that crooked smile was gone and those misaligned eyes stopped seeing anything. Some stupid, chest-thumping part of my brain screamed, "You're the adult. You're supposed to stop him. Be a man. Do something. You stay inside." The operator's voice said in my ear, like she'd heard that thought, "Do not engage the suspect. Officers are on their way. He's getting away." I snapped, voice cracking. "He's just walking. I could, sir." She cut in, firmer. "You are with 2 children. You are injured. We do not know if this individual is armed or if there are other suspects involved. Do not engage. Do you understand me?" I stared at the man. He was halfway down the curve of the cul-de-sac now, passing in front of another darkened driveway. No one came out. No porch lights flicked on in response. To anyone else looking out their window or not looking at all, he was just a tall shape in a hoodie, heading nowhere in particular. He didn't run. He didn't even speed up. His gait was steady, almost leisurely, hands buried in his pockets, head angled slightly down like he was watching his own feet. The bracelet flashed once more, ivory glints in the sodium light. When he reached the mouth of the cul-de-sac, he turned right. There was no car waiting. I strained my ears for the slam of a door, the cough of an engine. Anything. Nothing. He just disappeared around the corner, swallowed by the shadow between 2 houses, stepping out of my direct line of sight like he'd walked off stage. I realized I'd been holding my breath. I let it out in a hard, shaking exhale that fogged the window for a second. My reflection blurred their wide eyes, pale skin, smeared blood on my arm like a bad special effect. Behind me, I could see the neighbor lady hovering over the kids. Emma pressed into her side now, Lucas still staring, frozen. Where did he go? "Sir," the operator asked. He turned up the street. I said, "I can't see him anymore. There's no car." He just walked away. "All right," she said, typing audible under her words. "I have that noted. Officers are very close now. You may hear sirens approaching. Almost on cue, a faint wail curled through the night. It started low. Distant, a thin thread of sound weaving through the quiet. Then another joined it, harmonizing badly. The tones bounced off the houses, growing louder, warping slightly as they hit different surfaces and angles. Red and blue light flickered against the far end of the cul-de-sac. It smeared across the siding of the outermost house, bathing it in pulsing color. The mailboxes caught it next, their dull metal faces flashing crimson, then cobalt, like a cheap light show. The sirens swelled, then abruptly cut as the cars swung into the neighborhood proper. For a second, the relief that washed through me was almost physical. My shoulders sagged. The tension that had been holding my spine ramrod straight loosened just enough that I swayed where I stood. The sight of those lights, unnatural, strobing, attached to people with guns and radio codes and authority, should have come earlier. The bitter part of me kept track of that, tallying the minutes. He walked out. He got that far. Where were you then? But under the anger was something simpler, the deep, primal comfort of knowing someone else was coming to stand between you and the thing in the dark, even if they were too late for the worst of it. The first cruiser turned into the cul-de-sac, tires whispering on the asphalt. It rolled to a stop near the middle, headlights washing over my sister's house, then the neighbors. The red and blue bar on top spun in tight, furious circles, painting everything in their reach with flickering stripes. A second car pulled in behind the first, somewhere down the street. Another siren whooped once as it turned in off the main road. "Officers are on scene," the operator said. "They will be approaching your sister's home first, then the residence you are in. Stay where you are for now." Two figures stepped out of the lead cruiser, even from the neighbor's window. I could see the outlines of their vests, the bulk of gear on their belts, the flashlights in their hands. They moved with that purposeful, slightly crouched walk cops get when they're not sure what they're about to walk into. Their lights swept over the front of the house, catching the porch, the pumpkins, the door. One of them glanced toward our window for a second. I don't know if he saw me there, or if it was just part of a visual sweep. Either way, for a brief, surreal moment, it was like making eye contact with the idea of help. Then they turned away and moved toward my sister's front steps, guns low but ready, shining white beams into the cracks where I knew horror had already been. And where, for now, there was only the residue. 5.3, police sweep and the hollow sound behind the wall. Crossing back to my sister's house with the police felt like walking into a crime scene that hadn't decided yet if it was going to be one. One of the officers, late 30s, buzz cut, jaw like a cinder block, stayed with the kids and the neighbor. The other two walked me across the street. Their boots were loud on the asphalt, solid. Each step landing with the kind of weight I wished I'd had in that house an hour earlier. "You okay to go back in there?" the younger one asked without looking at me. He had his flashlight out already, beam pointed at the grass as we cut across my sister's yard. His hand hovered near his holster, not touching his gun, but close. The red-blue wash from the cruisers painted the front of the house in pulsing stripes. "I'm not going in alone," I said. It came out more defensive than I meant it to. "You're not," the older officer said. "You let us lead. You point." We look. The front door was closed again. For a second, that tripped me up. We hadn't used it. We'd gone out the back. I'd left the front door locked, deadbolt turned. Now, under the front porch light, the brass knob and lock looked untouched. The welcome mat my sister bought at Target lay square and innocent. One of the officers tried the knob. It turned. The door swung inward with a soft click. No resistance except the weight of hinges and wood. No kicked-in jam, no splintered frame, just unlocked. Waiting. Thought you said you locked it before. The younger one murmured, I did, I said, deadbolt and everything. Maybe he did you a favor on the way out, the older cop muttered, sweeping his flashlight beam inside. The entryway looked exactly the same as it had when my sister and brother-in-law left. Coat hooks, one of them still holding Emma's little pink jacket. Family photos on the wall, school picture day, poses. Halloween costumes. A beach trip last summer. A decorative wooden sign that said, "Bless this mess" in cheerful letters. All of it sat there under the warm glow of the foyer light. Untouched. Except I knew better. The TV in the living room was on, its screensaver drifting slowly from one bland landscape to another in total silence. The game I'd tried to watch earlier had timed out, replaced by that low, glowing animation. The lamp behind the couch still burned, making the room look cozy, like someone had just stepped out to the kitchen. Stay here, the older officer said, nodding me toward the wall near the door. We'll clear. Radio chatter crackled at his shoulder, clipped phrases and unit numbers. He murmured back into it, then moved forward with his partner. Both flashlights up, guns low but ready. Their boots thudded on the hardwood as they swept through the ground floor. Living room clear. The younger officer called softly after a moment. Kitchen clear, came next. Back doors open, got prints, got smears. We'll get pictures later. My arm throbbed in time with my heartbeat, the scratches stinging more now that the adrenaline was starting to thin. I wrapped my good hand around my wrist, like I could keep the pain from spilling further up. Stairs, the older cop announced. He tilted his head at me. You can follow. Stay behind us. The sound of their boots on the steps was completely different from the sounds the house had made earlier. These were confident, heavy, unapologetic. No careful tiptoe, no slow creak. The wood complained underneath them. Sure, but it sounded relieved to have something solid to bear for once. The flashlights cut sharp white cones into the upstairs glow as we climbed. The hallway came into view. Emma's door hung open wide now. Lucas's was still shut, but the strip of light under it was thinner, haloed by the officer's beams. The bathroom door stood ajar, mirror catching and throwing back the lights in warped ovals. Left. The older one said, Emma's room. Right. I nodded, throat tight. Yeah. We stepped into the doorway. The first thing my eyes went to was the spot where he'd been standing. It was empty now. Of course, just the narrow space between bed and wall. Carpet pressed down in a faint trough where the bed frame sat. No pale figure in a gray hoodie, no too long neck, no eyes, just a blank, wrong absence where he had once filled the air. The lamp was gone from the nightstand. What was left of it lay scattered on the floor, 2 chunks of ceramic base, the bent metal of the neck, the bulb shattered into glittering shards. The nightlight still glowed weakly from the outlet near the floor, casting its amber slice across the mess. On the wall beside the bed, just above the height of the nightstand, there was a smear about the size of my palm, rusty red-brown, ragged around the edges, fingerprint ridges half visible in the center, where pressure had pushed harder. "Yours?" the younger officer asked, nodding to my arm. "I don't think so," I said. He made a non-committal noise and glanced at my injury anyway, assessing. The bed was wrecked from our scramble, blanket on the floor, sheets rumpled, Emma's stuffed rabbit halfway under the frame, one ear twisted. There was a dent in the pillow where her head had been. Seeing that made my chest ache in a different, heavier way. "Nothing moving," the older officer said to his radio. "Child's room shows signs of struggle. No suspect present. Continuing sweep." We crossed the hall to Lucas's room. He had posters on the walls, football players, a Minecraft creeper, some YouTuber I didn't recognize making a stupid face. The game console sat quiet under the TV, controller on the floor where he'd dropped it earlier. Bed mostly made, blanket half kicked back. Nothing looked broken or overturned, but the window was unlocked. The latch sat straight up instead of turned down. Metal unlatched from its hook. The curtain stirred slightly, barely perceptible, moved by a draft I couldn't quite feel. "Did you open that?" the younger cop asked. "No," I said. "I didn't touch it." He stepped closer, ran a gloved finger along the sill. "Could have been like this before," he said, mostly to himself. Or someone had stood here, in the dark, watching the street, watching the neighbors, watching us run. He snapped the latch down with a soft click, sealing it. The bathroom was next white tile, damp towels, toothpaste crust in the sink, toilet lid up. A normal kid's bathroom, the kind you walk into 100 times and never think about. Their flashlights swept the corners, the shower, the inside of the linen closet. Nothing. "Basement?" the older one asked when we regrouped in the hall. "Yeah," I said. "Off the kitchen." We tromped back downstairs, their boots thudding, my socks whispering. The basement door sat off the kitchen like it had since the house was built, narrow and slightly crooked in its frame. The older cop went first, flashlight beam stabbing down into the darkness. The stairs creaked under his weight, the air changing as we descended, colder, damper, smelling of concrete and stored cardboard. The hum of the water heater grew louder, a steady metallic purr. The basement was unfinished. Cinder block walls, bare bulbs in cages hanging from the ceiling, wires and pipes visible, boxes stacked in corners, some labeled with Sharpie Christmas, baby clothes, taxes, a plastic tote of old toys, a folded ping pong table that had never seen a ball. Their flashlights skimmed over all of it, shafts of white slicing the gloom. No tall man, no disturbance, just the usual accumulation of a family's life. "Put in a literal underlayer, clear," the younger officer said. "Attic?" his partner asked. "You got one?" "Yeah," I said. "End of the upstairs hall. Access panel in the ceiling. Back up the stairs." My legs were starting to shake, not from exertion, but from the adrenaline slow dripping out of my system, leaving everything hollow and tired. The attic hatch was a square of slightly different paint above the far end of the hall, a little pull string hanging down. The older cop grabbed a folding ladder from the garage while the younger one stood under it. Flashlight pointed up. When they popped it open, a puff of stale, hot air breathed down on us. Dust motes swirled in the beam like tiny, lazy ghosts. The smell that came with it was old wood, insulation, mouse droppings, nothing unexpected. The ladder clanged as it unfolded, metal joints complaining. The older cop climbed up, shoulders disappearing into the dark. His flashlight beam swung around above, illuminating beams, blown-in insulation, the vague shapes of ductwork, anything his partner called just your standard haunted attic decor. The older one grunted, "Dust, fiberglass, regrets. No one's up here." He came back down, closing the hatch behind him with a solid thunk. The string swung for a second, then stilled. It should have been reassuring. They'd checked the basement, they'd checked the attic, they'd walked every room in between. No tall man in a gray hoodie remained. No one was crouched in closets or under beds. No one was waiting behind doors. But then the older officer did something that made my skin crawl in a whole new way. As we walked back toward Emma's room, his flashlight skimmed along the length of the hallway wall. He rapped his knuckles lightly against the drywall as he moved. Talk, not hard, just testing. Most of it sounded like you'd expect. A dull, thudding knock, solid, a little give. The way a normal interior wall in a normal house should sound. Then he hit one particular patch, about shoulder height, halfway between Emma's door and the attic hatch. The sound changed. The knock rang back hollow, not fully empty, not like hitting a door with nothing behind it, but different enough that it made my ears prick. There was a slight echo inside, like the space behind that section was larger than it should have been. He stopped, frowned, and hit it again. Same thing. Talk. Echo. A tiny vibration under the paint. "You hear that?" he asked, glancing at me, the hair on my arms lifted, every small follicle doing its own panic. "Yeah," I said, voice low. "Is that normal?" He shrugged, face twisting. "Could be a chase," he said. "Space for plumbing, wires, venting. Sometimes they leave voids in these newer builds. Sound travels funny in them." He rapped on the section. To either side, it went back to the heavier, more reassuring thud. Or someone got creative with a remodel. Hard to tell without blueprints. I couldn't stop staring at that spot. It wasn't marked. No cracks, no stains, no discoloration, just a rectangle of beige like the rest of the hall, maybe slightly smoother, like it had been painted more recently. I hadn't noticed it before. Why would I? It was just wall, just space between one room and another. Until now. "You're not going to open it?" I heard myself ask. He raised an eyebrow. "Not tonight." The younger one chimed in. "We've got no immediate probable cause to start tearing up your sister's property. Not unless we see blood seeping out or hear somebody calling for help." He tapped the notebook in his vest. "We'll note it. If this turns into a bigger investigation, if your sister wants it checked out, the detective can get a warrant later." The phrase "bigger investigation" hung in the air like a bad smell. They finished their sweep, radios crackling as they reported the all clear. No suspect found inside. Point of possible entry and exit at the back door. Signs of struggle in the child's bedroom. No victim beyond superficial injuries. Back outside, I saw a new car had arrived, a plain sedan, unmarked but radiating cop energy in a different way. A man in a rumpled button-down and blazer leaned against it, holding a coffee in one hand and a notepad in the other. Detective. He straightened when we approached, eyes going immediately to my arm, then scanning my face, my clothes, my posture with a quick, practiced sweep. "You're Daniel?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "I'm Keen," he replied. "No first name. You're the uncle, babysitting tonight." He said it like it was a fact on a form, but there was something else in his tone too, like he'd already slotted me into a category. He took my statement right there on the curb, the red and blue lights from the cruisers painting lines across his shirt. I told it all, as much as I could, the kids' stories, the footsteps, the banging, the shadow on the balcony, the voice through the door, the scene in Emma's room, the bracelet, always, the bracelet. His pen scratched steadily. When I mentioned the bone-like beads, something in his face shifted. It wasn't dramatic, no gasp, no widening eyes, just a tiny tightening around his mouth, a little notch appearing between his brows, gone almost as soon as it showed. If I hadn't been watching him with the weird, hyper-focused vision of someone still riding adrenaline, I might have missed it. "You're sure about that?" he asked, pen hovering. "That he had a bracelet," I said. "Yeah. Left wrist, little white pieces." They clicked together when he moved his hand. They didn't look like plastic. They looked like, I don't know, like teeth, like bones. He nodded slowly, jotting that down. Later, after the initial storm of questions and uniforms had thinned out, he caught me just outside the neighbor's house, where the kids were still huddled on the couch. "You from around here?" he asked quietly, away from their ears. "Grew up a few miles over." I said, "Parents still in town. My sister moved into this street a few years back. You remember a missing kid out of Hillsborough? Maybe 6, 7 years ago," he asked. "Boy, 8 years old. Walked home from school, never showed up. Flyers at every gas station from here to the highway." I did, now that he mentioned it. The face on the poster had been that generic kid photo school picture. Forced smile, bowl haircut, but I remembered the name under it. I remembered standing in a gas station line, staring at those photocopied sheets taped to the glass door while I waited to pay for coffee. "Yeah," I said slowly. "They never found him." "Not all of him," Keene said. His voice had gone flatter. Whatever he was thinking, he kept off his face this time. He took a sip of his coffee like he needed the ritual more than the caffeine. "Just some clothes and pieces. Out by a tree line past the subdivision." He glanced back toward my sister's house. "We never closed it." "Not really." A breeze nudged the leaves on the trees lining the cul-de-sac. Somewhere, a porch light flicked off as a neighbor decided the show was over. "We've had a couple of odd reports in the last year or two." He went on. "Different suburbs, different streets, people calling in prowlers, tall guys watching kids through windows, standing in yards, in one case, in a bedroom. Cops roll up, he's gone. Leaves muddy footprints sometimes. Smears on glass. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. "Bracelets?" I asked, my voice sounding too thin. His eyes flicked back to mine. "One witness mentioned something on the wrist," he said. "Didn't get close enough to describe it like you did." He folded his notebook shut. "Could be nothing. Could be 100 different weirdos. Could be the same one." He didn't say. "Could be the same man who had his hand on your niece's face 20 minutes ago." He didn't have to. Behind him, beyond the police cars and the neighbors' neatly trimmed bushes, my sister's house sat under its porch light. From this angle, it looked exactly like the real estate listings would show it: 3 beds, 2 baths, finished basement, great school district. Somewhere in its walls, behind a stretch of beige drywall that knocked hollow, there might have been more story than anyone wanted to tear open that night. "We'll get a team out in the morning," Detective Keene said. "See what we can pull off the door. The prints in the kitchen. I'll talk to your sister about that wall. For tonight, go home. Get that arm looked at. I glanced back at the house one more time. At the hallway window upstairs where Emma's nightlight glow barely showed through the slats of the blinds. Yeah, I said. Home. But later, in my apartment. Lying awake with the fridge humming and the pipes ticking and every little sound testing my heartbeat. Home didn't feel like much of a defense against the idea that somewhere, in some other quiet cul-de-sac, a tall man in a dirty gray hoodie might already be pressing his hand against another kid's window. Bracelet clacking softly as he waited for someone to forget to bolt the gate. 6.1. The next morning and the news. I do not remember falling asleep. One minute I was lying on the scratchy motel bedspread, staring at the off-white ceiling with its random constellations of stains. And the next, there was a jump-cut same ceiling, different light. The kind of gray-yellow that only exists in motel rooms between 3 and 6. We didn't go back to my sister's house that night. Nobody even suggested it. By the time the detectives were done with us and whatever passes for statements at 3 a.m, we were all operating on fumes. My sister booked 2 connecting rooms at a chain place off the highway tall sign. Half the letters flickering, parking lot glowing under buzzing lamps. Emma refused to let go of her mother's hand. She was glued to her side from the second we stepped into the motel lobby. Lucas walked close to my brother-in-law, keeping his hand hooked in the back pocket of his dad's jeans like he was afraid he'd float away if he let go. The lobby smelled like burned coffee and disinfectant. The night clerk barely looked up from his computer, just slid 2 key cards across the counter and asked for a credit card with the dead-eyed tone of someone who has seen drunk wedding parties and screaming toddlers, and none of this touches him. In the room, everything felt wrong in an entirely different way. The carpet was that patterned brown designed to hide stains. The AC shoved cold air out of a rattling unit under the window, turning on and off with a clunk that made the headboard vibrate. The bedspreads had the kind of abstract design you only ever see in hotels and nightmares. The kids insisted on one bed with their parents. No negotiation. Emma climbed up first, scrambling to the middle and pulling the covers to her chin, eyes fixed on the door. Lucas followed, wedging himself on the outside edge like he was the first line of defense. My sister and her husband squeezed in around them, making a tangle of limbs and blankets. "You can take the other bed," my brother-in-law told me, voice low and rough. "Get some sleep, man. Sleep." Like it was a thing you could just decide to do. I sat on the edge of the other bed for a long time, still wearing the same hoodie. My arm wrapped in a makeshift bandage of motel towels and tape from a cop's first aid kit. The cuts burned under the cheap fabric. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw a pale hand on a small cheek, a bracelet of white pieces clacking quietly as it moved. Eventually, my body did the thing bodies do when they've been flooded with adrenaline for too long. It shut down. Whether my brain was ready or not, it wasn't rest. It was more like falling through a trap door. Sleep came in short, jagged slices. 10 minutes here, 20 there. Each time I drifted off, some motel sound would haul me back up. The ice machine in the hallway, coughing out cubes into some stranger's bucket with a mechanical chunk and rattle. An elevator ding, too bright and cheerful for the hour, followed by the slap of flip-flops and a muffled laugh that turned into a hissed argument outside a door 3 down. A car alarm chirping once in the parking lot, then silence. Airplanes groaning overhead from the nearby airport, the low roar passing like distant thunder. Somewhere down the hall, a couple fought in whispers that occasionally spiked into sharp fragments. "You always do this." I said I'm fine. The kids are asleep before dropping back down. Every sound arrived preloaded with suspicion. The scrape of a suitcase on carpet might be footsteps in a hallway in front of the wrong door. The metallic clunk of a cleaning cart could be a hand on a handle. Even the AC's clatter made my heart jerk. At some point, the digital clock on the nightstand crawled from 4:12 to 7:03 in a jump cut I didn't witness. My phone, face down beside it, buzzed hard enough to rattle against the fake wood veneer. For a second, in that bleary in-between, I thought it might be my alarm. Then reality sharpened, and I saw the name on the screen. Keen. I answered on the second buzz. "Yeah," I croaked. My throat felt like I'd been swallowing sand. "Hello?" Daniel Detective Keen's voice sounded flatter over the phone, but there was something under it. Less casual, more loaded. "You all make it through the night?" I looked over. My sister's bed was a mess of covers and hair. Emma was wedged between her parents, head under her mother's chin. One small hand fisted in the neck of her dad's t-shirt. Lucas had somehow rotated sideways in his sleep. Feet pressed into my brother-in-law's hip, arm thrown over his face. They were deeply, desperately out. "Yeah," I said. "We're here. I need you to come down to the station," he said. "No preamble, all of you, if possible. Your sister, her husband, we've found some things." The pause before things wasn't long, just enough. My stomach went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the AC. "What kind of things?" I asked. "I'd rather explain in person," he said. The tone had shifted. Whatever half-dry gallows humor he'd had the night before was gone. "Can you be here within the hour?" I looked at the clock, at the kids, at my sister's face half buried in the pillow, the new lines carved there in the last 12 hours. "Yeah," I said. "We'll be there." The station lobby had that bureaucracy smell coffee that had burned on the warmer for 6 hours. Copier toner, old carpet, too many bodies moving through the same air. We checked in at a front desk under flickering fluorescent lights. A bored receptionist slid visitor stickers across the counter and pointed us toward a bank of plastic chairs along one wall. Emma stuck to my sister like a second shadow. Lucas stood instead of sitting, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, scanning everything with the unnerving stillness of a kid who had seen too much. My brother-in-law paced a short, powerless path from one end of the chair row to the other, hands digging into his pockets and out again. On the wall opposite, a TV ran the local news with the sound low. I wasn't really watching it. My eyes drifted in that general direction because they needed somewhere to go that wasn't the kids' faces or the scuffed toes of my shoes. The anchor's mouth moved around words I didn't hear. Graphics slid by weather, sports, weekend events. Then a picture I recognized filled the screen. My sister's street. The shot was from a distance, taken from the far end of the cul-de-sac. Yellow crime scene tape sagged between two temporary posts in front of her house. A cruiser sat in the driveway, another car unmarked. Probably Keen's sedan was parked haphazardly at the curb. Neighbors' houses flanked it, looking suddenly smaller. The volume was low, but I could still make out the anchor's cadence, breaking developments in an overnight home invasion case. The siren along the bottom read, "Human remains discovered in family home after reported break-in." My brain stalled on the words, "human remains." A little B-roll played an officer carrying a brown paper evidence bag to a van, another rolling a yellow bin cart, a man in a Tyvek suit ducking under the tape. The angle shifted to a shot of the house from the side, focusing briefly on the area near the roofline where the attic would be, then back to the anchor. My sister followed my gaze. Her hand went to her mouth when she read the words. She made a small, strangled sound and looked away fast, pulling Emma into her lap like she could shield her from the letters on the screen. A door buzzed somewhere behind us. "Daniels," a voice called. Detective Keene stood in the hallway that led back into the station, holding the door open with one shoulder. His blazer was more wrinkled than it had been last night. He had a disposable coffee cup in one hand, a file folder tucked under the other arm. "This way," he said. They took us to one of those small interview rooms that you've seen in 100 cop shows, plain table bolted to the floor. 4 metal chairs, one tired-looking camera mounted high in the corner, a mirror on one wall that everyone knows is glass from the other side. The kids stayed in a playroom down the hall with a different officer and some plastic blocks, which felt obscene and necessary at the same time. In the room, the air felt stale. Keene sat opposite us, set his coffee down, and opened the file. For a minute, all you could hear was the rustle of paper and the faint buzz of the camera. "You saw the TV," he said. "Finally." Not a question. "Yeah," my sister said. Her voice sounded like she'd been screaming into a pillow all night. "What do they mean, remains?" He exhaled through his nose, like he was buying himself a second. "After you left," he said, "we secured the house. First wave did the sweep you were part of, made sure there was no one else inside. This morning, once the sun was up and we had a judge awake enough to sign something, we went back in with a warrant to take a deeper look." He glanced at me. "That wall you and I talked about. The hollow one in the hallway." I nodded, feeling my pulse pick up again. "We brought in a team," he went on. "Cut into it." He didn't bother with euphemisms. "Behind the drywall," he said, "there's a narrow void that runs above the kids' bedrooms. Think of it like a little crawl space that never showed up on the realtor's brochure. It connects to the attic through a tight gap behind one of the rafters. We think that's how he was moving around in your sister's house without being seen from the outside. Above you, between you, in the walls." My skin went cold. I pictured the layout of the house in my head like a dollhouse sliced open on one side, bedrooms on either side, bathroom in the middle, hallway in front, and now, newly added, a hidden artery running just over their heads. A place where a man in a gray hoodie could lie flat, listening to every breath, every word, every step. "It's filthy in there," Keene said. "Old insulation, boards, dust. Someone's been using it for a while. There are disturbed spots where you can see body weights been pressed into the rafters. Little nests, almost. Spots where the wood is worn smooth." My sister made a noise then, something raw and low, like someone had punched all the air out of her. Keene didn't stop, and along one section, up near the part over Lucas's room, we found. He searched for the word, but the TV downstairs had already given me one. "Remains. We found human bone," he said. "More than one piece. Not all from the same person. As far as we can tell at first glance. Some old, some not as old. Our ME will give us more later, but it's not just an empty hidey hole. He's been keeping things there. He didn't say souvenirs. He didn't have to." In my head, the hollow knock from the night before echoed down the length of that hidden tunnel. Above Emma's bed, above Lucas's, above me, standing in the hall with a knife in my hand. Thinking he was only on one side of the wall, Keen flipped one of the photos in the file half a turn so it faced us, then thought better of it and closed the folder again. "We'll need you all to give formal statements," he said, again, in more detail. "And we're going to pull every missing person report for a 50-mile radius for the last 10 years and start making phone calls." Outside the little room, the station hummed with the daily grind of minor crimes and paperwork. Phones rang. A copier whirred. Someone laughed at a joke by the vending machine. Inside, with those words hanging in the air, the ones about bone in the wall, and a man moving in spaces people didn't even know their house had the world shrank down to a single. Cold fact, that night hadn't been a one-off. We had walked into the end of somebody else's long, ugly story, and the parts of it we could see were nothing compared to what had been pressed into that tight, dark gap above a quiet cul-de-sac for years. 6, 2. The crawl space and the child's skull. I thought remains meant maybe a tooth, a scrap of something. Some tiny fragment the news could legally call human, but that would turn out to be old construction left in the walls. That was the story my brain tried to write for me while we sat in that little interview room, the camera buzzing overhead. Keen didn't let me keep it very long. "We opened the wall where you and I heard that hollow spot," he said. "Cut out a section about 4 by 3 feet. Behind it is that crawl space I mentioned. Runs the length of the hall above both kids' rooms, maybe 18 inches high. Couple feet wide in some spots, narrower in others." He set his hand flat on the table, palm down, fingers spread, like he was measuring it out. "We had to send one of the smaller guys in," he went on. "He went in on his stomach, elbows, knees, flashlight between his teeth. The image landed too easily, a grown man worming his way through that tight, dark vein of the house the way something else had before him. Belly pressed to boards, insulation dragging along his back, breath hot in the stale air." "What was in there?" my sister asked. Her voice shook but didn't crack. She had one hand around a styrofoam cup of coffee she hadn't touched, the other fisted in the knee of her jeans. My brother-in-law sat rigid beside her. Every muscle in his jaw flexed so hard I thought his teeth might crack. Keen's eyes flicked to Emma and Lucas's empty chairs, then back. A lot of dust. He said first, "Dead bugs, old insulation, places where someone had flattened that insulation down over time." He tapped the file folder. "Once. We could see handprints in it, knee prints, elbow prints, trails where skin and cloth scraped along the rafters. The noises from the night before replayed in my head with new subtitles. The soft, irregular thumps overhead. The quick, light scurrying from one side of the house to the other. The muted bang like a door hitting a wall. I had labeled them house settling, kids going to the bathroom, pipes. Now my brain edited the footage: knees hitting wood, heels digging in, a spine sliding along boards, a shoulder bumping a stud. The space above Emma's room is where he spent the most time, from what we can tell, Keen said. The dust is disturbed there the most. Insulation packed down, boards worn smoother. My stomach lurched. I pictured him lying up there, directly above her bed, face pressed to the floorboards, ear near the drywall, listening to every breath, every whimper, waiting for the light downstairs to go off, hands fiddling with that bracelet, bones knocking together in the dark. We found personal effects, Keen said. He reached into the folder, then hesitated, as if he'd started to pull a picture and decided not to make us see it. Instead, he described it. There was a small pile of clothing near one of the crossbeams. He said, "Not all from the same time period. Different fabrics, different wear. We'll get them all logged and tested. But even a quick look tells you some of those pieces have been up there a while." He counted them off slowly, like each item weighed something. Little t-shirts. One with a faded cartoon dinosaur. Another with a logo from a school that changed its mascot 10 years ago. A couple pairs of shorts, a dress yellow with white flowers, all dirty, stiff, some with what looks like dried blood, some just grime. My sister pressed her fingertips to her lips. Her eyes went glassy. There were shoes. Keen continued. Kids' shoes, mismatched. A sparkly sneaker with little plastic stars on the side. Pink laces hardened with dirt. No mate. One Spider-Man flip-flop. A tiny light-up shoe where the battery had corroded and leaked green down the sole. He paused. Swallowed once. A couple of cheap plastic toys, he said. Happy Meal type stuff. A small blue car with one wheel missing. A headless action figure. A rusted metal hair clip with a butterfly on it. Stuff kids carry on them. Lose, forget. The room felt smaller with every word. It was like he was building a little altar of other people's children on the table between us. Piece by piece. Things that should have been under beds or jammed into backpacks or melted in the back seat of minivans, not hidden in a strip of darkness above a hallway. And then, Keen said quietly, tucked up near one of the beams, our guy inside felt something hard that wasn't wood. He ran his thumb along the edge of the file. A small, repetitive movement. He thought it was a rock at first. He went on. You know how kids tuck stuff everywhere. But when he moved the insulation aside and got his light on it, he saw sutures. I knew what he meant. The lines where skull plates meet. I'd seen diagrams in school. It didn't help. It's about the size of a grapefruit, Keen said. A human skull. Small. Child-sized. One side of it is cracked in, not clean, like a surgical cut, jagged, like it was struck. There are a few cervical vertebrae still attached, like beads on a string. Some ribs, fragments, mixed in with the debris nearby. My stomach lurched hard enough I had to grip the edge of the table. The room tilted for a second, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead going sharp and loud. I pictured that grapefruit-sized shape pressed between insulation and wood. Waiting above birthday parties and math homework and bedtime stories. Waiting over my niece's head while she slept. My sister made a sound like someone trying not to vomit and cry at the same time. We don't know whose it is yet, Keen said. We'll run DNA. We'll compare dental records where we can. There are a lot of parents in this state who never got to bury their kid. We'll be making some very hard phone calls in the next few weeks. His voice stayed level, but there was a tightness around his eyes now that hadn't been there last night. It could be that Hillsborough kid, he said. Could be someone else. Could be more than one someone else. We're going to treat it like it's all of them until we know otherwise. I thought of the bracelet. White pieces, irregular. Some curved like tiny crescents. Some more square. The way they had clacked together. The way they'd flashed under the street lamp. I thought of the mention of vertebrae, of beads on a string, of parts that weren't where they should be. Was anything missing, I asked before I could stop myself. Keen looked at me. In what sense, he said. The skull, I said. The spine. Were there? All the little bones, fingers, toes, the words felt obscene coming out of my mouth. Do you think I couldn't say bracelet? I didn't have to. He held my gaze for a long 3 seconds. The air between us felt thick. The ME will make a full inventory, he said finally. I'm not going to speculate in front of you about which parts we didn't find. Which wasn't a no. Somewhere in that narrow, filthy space above the kids' rooms. A child's skull had rested, while a tall man crawled past it on his belly, collecting little pieces to wear around his wrist like trophies. I thought those sounds were the house, I said. The words slipped out before I could filter them. The pops, the creaks, that bang over our heads. I thought it was, new build, temperature shift, wind. That's what everybody says. It's just the house settling. I heard the footsteps again in my mind. The light, quick patter from one side of the upstairs to the other. The way they'd changed direction suddenly. The hollow knock in the hallway wall. Some of it probably was, Keen said. Houses make noise. That's true. But some of it, I said, was him. I could see it now too clearly not to believe it. Him squeezing into that void through the attic, dropping his weight onto beams above the kids' rooms, his knees bumping studs, his elbows digging into insulation, his spine sliding along boards worn smooth by repetition, every move sending tiny vibrations into the drywall below, translating into the little knocks and whispers we file under nothing to worry about. Yeah, Keen said quietly. Some of it was him. He took a breath, like he was about to move on to procedural details, then stopped himself. This isn't the only house in the subdivision with that kind of structure. He said instead, developers copy-paste designs, attic access in the same place, voids in the same place. Once you know how one works, you know how a lot of them work. He flipped his pen between his fingers. We've had prowler reports in 3 different neighborhoods built by the same company in the last few years. He went on, people seeing someone tall near fences, hearing things in their walls and chalking it up to rodents or pipes. Kids saying they saw a man in their closet doorway. Cops show up. Find nothing. No broken windows. No forced doors. He didn't have to draw the line for me. If there was a crawl space above my sister's hall, there could be one above someone else's. If he'd found his way into one quiet cul-de-sac, he could have found others. The phrase he'd used in Emma's room kept ringing in my head. This whole street has sweet ones. Not house. Street. My skin crawled. I thought of every night my sister had gone to bed thinking she'd locked doors and set alarms, and that was that. Every time Emma had woken up scared and my sister had said, "It's just the house." Every faint thump, every little knock, every whisper of movement overhead that we all explain away because the alternative is unacceptable, that someone might be lying in the space between your ceiling and your roof, listening to you breathe, smiling to himself in the dark, bones clicking softly on his wrist as he waits for a night when you're not there at all. 6.3 years later, cameras, composites, and night sounds. Time does not erase things like this. It just gives them room to rearrange themselves. A few years have passed. Technically, calendars turned, kids grew, holidays happened. But when I think about before and after, there is still only that house, that hall, that night. My sister doesn't live on that street anymore. They sold the place as soon as they could. After the investigation quieted down and the crime scene tape came off, you'd think people would avoid buying a house that had human remains in the wall attached to its history. But real estate has a short memory when the school district is good enough and the price is right. Contractors came in first. They tore out whole sections of drywall, pulled up carpet, sprayed chemicals into every crack. The crawl space over the kids' rooms was sealed with new boards, insulation stuffed into every gap, then covered with clean, beige paint. The listing photos made it look bright, fresh, fully updated. Sometimes I think about the new owners. Some couple who saw 3 bedrooms, a 2-car garage, a fenced yard, and a mortgage they could just barely swing. Maybe they have their own Emma and Lucas now. Maybe those kids picked which room they wanted from a Pinterest board, not knowing that. A few inches above their ceiling, people in paper suits once backed out of a narrow gap carrying a child's skull in a bag. My sister and her husband bought a different house across town. Newer, technically. Different builder, different layout. The first thing they did, before they even moved in their furniture, was install cameras. There's one over the driveway, watching the car pull in and the kids drag backpacks up the front steps. One at the front door, catching every Amazon package and Girl Scout cookie delivery. One in the backyard, looking down at the fence line and the old oak tree. One in the hallway by the bedrooms. One in the playroom. The feed runs to my brother-in-law's phone and a little tablet they keep on the kitchen counter. Half the time when I visit, it's propped up there next to the fruit bowl and a pile of unopened mail, showing a grid of little boxes. Driveway empty, front porch empty, hallway empty, kids' rooms empty. The emptiness is the point. Alarms are always armed now, even in the middle of the day. Even if they're just going for a 10-minute walk, the keypad chirps every time a door opens. The system announces in a robotic female voice, "Back door open, back door closed." They used to joke that they lived in a bunker. They don't joke much about it anymore. If the heat kicks on in the middle of the night and makes the ductwork pop, my sister gets up and checks the cameras before she goes back to sleep. Emma is older now. Lucas too. They don't talk about that night often. When they do, it's sideways. Emma will mention that she hates when the hallway light is off, even just for a second. Lucas won't sleep with his bedroom door fully open or fully closed. It has to be at a specific angle where he can see the slice of light from the hall and block it with his pillow if he needs to. Sometimes, in the background of a FaceTime call, I'll hear the soft ping of the door chime, garage, open, and my sister's eyes will flick over her phone screen to the camera feed without breaking conversation. I live in a city now, Columbus, if you must know. 3rd floor walk-up in a building that was old enough to be charming on the listing and kind of falling apart in person. Brick outside, creaky stairs inside, radiators that hiss and clank in the winter like something is trapped in their pipes. My apartment is small, kitchen and living room mashed into one space. Bedroom just big enough for a bed and a dresser. Bathroom where the fan sounds like it's about to launch itself out of the ceiling. If you open the window, you hear traffic instead of crickets, buses sighing, cars honking, the low roar of the freeway a few blocks over. For the first time in my life, I'm surrounded by people. There's a guy upstairs who stomps when he plays video games at 3 in the morning. A couple down the hall who fight in Spanish and make up just as loudly. Someone on the 1st floor who burns toast 3 times a week and sets off their smoke alarm like clockwork. The building has thin walls. Sound is constant. I sleep with a knife under my bed anyway. Different knife. Not the one from my sister's kitchen. This one I bought myself at some outdoor store downtown. pretending I was planning to go camping instead of just moving it from nightstand drawer to mattress frame like a talisman. There's a bat by the door too, leaning against the shoe rack. It started as a joke gift from a friend, welcome to the city. You'll need this more than a grill, but I never put it away. When I come home, I touch it without thinking. Just a light tap with my fingers, checking that it's still there, still solid, still mine. Friends with kids ask if I can watch them sometimes. Busy parents, stretched thin, trying to have a life. Movie nights, date nights, weddings. They say things like, "You're great with Emma and Lucas. Would you mind just hanging with them for a few hours? I always have an excuse. Late shift, deadline, out of town that weekend, car trouble." I've gotten good at it, weaving my no into their lives in ways that sound reasonable and temporary. I've never told anyone the truth that the idea of sitting in someone else's quiet house while their kids sleep upstairs makes my stomach clench so hard I can taste metal. Every once in a while, the story pops back up online. It never went fully viral, thank God. There are no true crime documentaries about us. No Reddit AMAs with our names thinly disguised. But local news sites have archives, and slow news days are hungry. New information in cold case. Child remains found in suburban home linked to older missing persons investigation headlines like that. I've seen composite sketches too. The first one showed up about a year after we moved. Black and white face on a tan background. Jaw too sharp. One eye slightly lower than the other. Hoodie drawn in rough lines around it. Underneath, wanted for questioning. Possible connection to multiple child endangerment reports. The description always starts the same: tall male, Caucasian, late 20s to early 40s, thin build, dirty gray hoodie, jeans. Sometimes there's a note about unusual eyes. Sometimes there isn't. They run that sketch every time there's a new sighting. Seen near a playground fence, seen behind a church parking lot, seen walking along a tree line behind another cul-de-sac 2 towns over. Always spotted, never caught. One grainy surveillance still sticks with me more than the drawings. It was taken from a school's outdoor camera above the back playground. The shot is wide, kids blurry in the foreground, swings frozen mid-arc. Way in the background, near the chain link fence, a figure stands half in shadow. You can't see his face. The resolution isn't good enough. He's turned just a little away. Hood up, shoulders slouched, but his left arm is bent, hand near his chest, like he's scratching his neck or adjusting his sleeve. Zoomed in, the still breaks into pixels and noise. But in that smudge of pixels around his wrist, there's a little line of lighter shapes. Nothing you could swear to in court. Nothing a cop could put in a report without getting laughed at. Just a hint, a suggestion. A row of tiny bright bits that catch the camera's infrared glow in an ugly way. You can't prove those are bones, but if you've seen them up close, in a yellow nightlight's glow, it's hard to see them as anything else. I don't sit down with a corkboard and red string. It's not that kind of obsession. But I read the articles. I save a few links in my head. I start to map it. The suburbs where he's been spotted have patterns. High-rated schools, quiet streets, builders who love certain floor plans, cul-de-sacs with houses that all look just different enough to keep buyers from noticing the sameness. I start noticing phrases in the reports. Family reports hearing noises in the walls for several weeks prior assumed it was animals. Children described seeing a man in the doorway. Parents attributed it to nightmares. Homeowner discovered signs of someone living in attic space nest of blankets. Food wrappers, no suspect arrested. They blur together after a while, like the same story told with different names. In my head, I see the blueprint, a rectangle of a house. Bedrooms here, hallway there, attic above, somewhere, a void. A space that isn't on the floor plan, but exists anyway. Because it was easier for the architect that way. A place where ductwork could go, where wires could run, where a man could lie flat on his stomach, bones clicking softly on his wrist, listening to the small breathing below him. It hits me one night, sitting at my tiny kitchen table in my city apartment, laptop open, local news site glowing in the dim, a new article, different town, same story. Tall man, gray hoodie, spotted near a fence at dusk. Kids playing in the yard on the other side. When a parent walked out, the man walked away. Not ran. Walked calmly. Composite updated. Tip line at the bottom. Comments full of people arguing about whether he was just some weird guy or something worse. I scroll through the comments with my jaw clenched, listening to the radiator hiss, my upstairs neighbor's footsteps pacing, the faint bass of someone's music coming through the wall. I realize I've been quietly sorting houses in my head into two categories, not safe and unsafe. That's a lie I stopped believing the night I saw a man play peekaboo over a landing. No. The categories are more specific now. Houses with places he would like, and houses without. The first category includes every picture-perfect listing with charm and character and lots of attic storage. Every new build with weird bump-outs and dropped ceilings and that one stretch of wall that sounds different when you knock on it. My sister's old house was one of many, not an exception. The bones on his wrist were never going to be all from one child. They were from different stories, different streets, different families who told themselves it's just the house settling while something with mismatched eyes moved carefully in spaces they didn't know they owned. That's the part that stays with me on nights when the city quiets down just enough that I can hear my own building breathe. It's not just what he did in that one hallway, in that one room. It's the pattern. The way he slipped into the cracks of people's lives by knowing more about their houses than they did. The way he treated whole neighborhoods like shelves of sweet ones, ready to be picked over as long as nobody checked the hollow sound behind the wall. When my neighbor's kid upstairs runs down their hallway, the thumps filter through the ceiling and into my room. Sometimes they're light, quick, skipping. Sometimes heavier and adult following behind. My logical brain knows exactly what's making each noise. But there are still moments. Lying in the dark, with the knife under my bed and the bat by the door, when the rhythm of those footsteps shifts just enough too smooth. Too careful that I find myself staring at the hairline crack where my wall meets the ceiling and wondering, against all reason, if someone ever did crawl through there. In the voids and vents and forgotten gaps above my head, would I hear the difference before it was too late? And if I did, would anybody but me believe that it wasn't just the building settling, but a tall man in a gray hoodie, bracelet clacking softly, moving on to his next good neighborhood 7-1. Reviewing my sister's camera feeds. By the time we watched the footage, enough years had passed that we could all pretend it was a bad story and not something that rewired the way we sleep. Come over Friday. My sister texted, "Kids want to see you. We'll grill if the weather holds." Her new house is bigger, but it never looks relaxed. There's a camera above the garage, one over the front porch, one watching the side gate, one in the upstairs hallway, one in the playroom. Little black eyes tucked into corners, quiet LEDs winking in the dim. When you walk in, the first thing you notice isn't the couch or the family photos. It's the tablet on the kitchen counter, propped up by the knife block, showing a 4-square grid of live feeds. When I pull into their driveway that night, the porch light comes on and my brother-in-law's phone pings in his pocket. "See," he says, grinning a little as I step inside. Instant motion alerts. Cloud storage. If a squirrel looks at this house funny. We get a notification. He means it as a joke, but nobody laughs hard. It's more of a relieved exhale. The kids are taller, but not as far away from that night as their ages say they should be. Emma is lanky now, all sharp elbows and 2 long t-shirts, but she still glances at the hallway camera when she walks past it. Lucas has earbuds hanging around his neck and a permanent hoodie, but when he goes upstairs later, I notice he still checks that his bedroom door lock actually clicks. We eat on the back deck. The grill hisses. The neighborhood smells like charcoal and lighter fluid and cut grass. Somewhere down the block, a dog barks at nothing. My sister keeps her phone on the table, face down but within reach, as if the cameras might call her for help. After dinner, inside, the house settles into that after-meal quiet dishwasher rumbling, TV low, everyone comfortably tired. The tablet on the counter cycles through feeds driveway. Empty. Porch. Empty. Hallway. A strip of carpet and 3 closed doors. It's my brother-in-law who brings it up. "Got the old files from the detective last week," he says, like he's talking about taxes. Remember how he said he'd request copies once the case cooled a little, took them forever. But they finally sent a drive. Porch cam, living room, that first crappy hallway cam we had. My sister shoots him a look. "We don't have to. I'm not saying for the kids." He interrupts. He nods toward the tablet. "They're going to bed. Just us. Just see what they saw. You know, cops already scrubbed out anything sensitive." Sensitive. I repeat. The word tastes wrong. What does that even mean in this context? He shrugs one shoulder, face is blurred, no audio some places. But the detective thought, I don't know. He implied it might help. Contextualize. That's such a cop word. Contextualize. Like if you put enough angles on a horror, it will eventually make sense. Still, when the kids head upstairs, Emma with her stuffed rabbit still in tow. Despite being too old for it, Lucas pretending he's not glancing at the hallway camera, we let them close their doors. Listen for the double clicks of the locks. Wait for the little hallway motion detected ping on the tablet to quiet. Then we turn off the kitchen lights. Leave only the orange glow over the stove. And my brother-in-law plugs a small hard drive into the back of the TV. "We're idiots," my sister mutters, curling up at one end of the couch. "We are absolute idiots for doing this." I sit on the other end. The beer in my hand has gone warm. The living room is dim, only the TV's boot-up logo washing the walls in blue. Outside, the street is as quiet as streets always think they are. The first clip is labeled front_porch_cam_01. No audio. Just a timestamp in the corner. Numbers white and clinical. The camera is angled down from near the eaves, looking at the doormat, the front steps, the sliver of street beyond. We watch the nothing first. Empty porch. A moth flutters around the light, smearing across the lens in staccato blurs. A car drives by, headlights streaking across the far curb. The timestamp clicks forward. Then he's just there. No build-up. One frame, empty porch. Next frame, tall shape. He stands at the bottom of the 3 steps, just off the mat. Hoodie up, hands in the pockets, shoulders slightly hunched. His face is aimed directly at the door, head tilted just a little to one side, like he's listening to something on the other side of the wood. Even on grainy camera footage, he looks too thin. The hoodie hangs off him like it's draped over a coat rack. The sleeves are a little too short, showing a strip of pale wrist. For a long, awful moment, he doesn't move at all. The only motion on the screen is the moth near the light and the timestamp ticking forward in the corner. He never knocked, my sister says under her breath. No, I say. He didn't need to. At one point, his head tips forward a fraction more. It's such a small movement that if you weren't looking for it, you'd miss it. Face closer to the door, like he's pressing an ear to an invisible line. One hand shifts just enough that we see the bracelet a faint, light ring around his wrist. Individual white pieces too small for the resolution, but still there, catching porch light and infrared in a way that makes my skin crawl. Then, suddenly, he steps out of frame, not backward, sideways, out of the camera's cone. The porch is empty again. The moth keeps circling. The timestamp keeps crawling. If you jumped forward a minute, you'd never know he'd been there at all. Next one, my brother-in-law says, voice tight. He flips to living_room_cam_01. This one's inside, near the ceiling corner, angled down over the couch and coffee table. You can see the front door in the background, the bottom of the staircase on the right, the TV in the lower left. The clip starts with all of us in frame, smaller, softer versions of ourselves. There I am, on the couch, flipping channels. There are the kids, sprawled in a tangle of blankets, half watching a movie. You can see my sister's decor choices everywhere: throw pillows, framed quotes, a blanket ladder by the wall. We watch ourselves in delayed mirror. We see the moment I pause the movie and shoo the kids upstairs, them groaning, me herding them toward the staircase. We see Emma turn back at the bottom, look at the camera, and wave once with a small hand before she disappears. Then it's just me on the couch, illuminated by the blue TV glow. I watch myself sit, fidget, stare at the screen, get up, walk toward the kitchen. The living room goes empty. The screensaver kicks in, a slow, color-shifting blur. For several long minutes, nothing. Then the air at the top of the frame moves. Not the air, exactly, but the hatch in the ceiling near the top of the stairs, a pale rectangle that had always just been part of the background to me. On the camera, it's barely lit, but you can see the outline. We watch the edge of it tremble. Once, twice, then, very slowly, it lifts from the drywall. Something from inside pushes it up. Gentle, careful. The panel tilts, pivots, and slides back an inch, then 2. A long, thin arm reaches down. The hand is pale, fingers too long, nails darker than they should be. They hook over the frame. The wrist flexes, and the bracelet slides down. The little white pieces catching light for a second in a shimmer that makes my stomach clench. He tests his weight. We see the arm strain, the hand grip, and then more of him appears: forearm, elbow, hoodie sleeve, shoulder. The camera angle is bad. We get pieces of his body in slices: gray fabric, pale skin, the hollow of a throat. His head is out of frame until it isn't. His face drops into view upside down first, just for a heartbeat. Those eyes, even in black and white, look wrong. Too wide, whites too big around dark centers. not quite pointing the same way. His mouth is open in a kind of grimace, or grin, it's hard to tell. Teeth flash gray. For a second, he's looking right at the lens. Then, like something pouring, he flows the rest of the way out, twisting his body, dropping silently onto the landing. There is no sound on the footage, but my brain adds it in anyway, the thump of feet on carpet, the faint jingle of that bracelet, the tiny creak of the boards under his weight. He straightens up slowly. On the screen, he is taller than the frame allows. His head almost brushes the top. He turns once, scanning the hall, the doors. Emma's is half open. Lucas's is mostly closed. The bathroom is dark. He starts toward Emma's door. As he passes the camera, his face turns toward it again, just for a fraction of a second, long enough for the lens to grab a clearer shot: the chapped lips, the crooked nose, one front tooth broken, that small, private smile that never reaches his eyes. My sister makes a sound and covers her mouth with the heel of her hand. He disappears into Emma's doorway, just moves sideways, and he's gone. The hallway outside stays exactly the same nightlight glow on the carpet. Doors, walls, boring, empty. Then, a few minutes later, we see myself on the TV again, coming up the stairs, knife in hand, shoulders hunched, a younger, terrified me moving into a frame where something unspeakable has already happened and will happen again in the memory every time we hit play. 7.2. His own apartment camera. I told myself I was installing the cameras because of the city. That was the lie that made it palatable. You never know in Columbus, I said when I ordered the cheap pack of Amazon indoor cams. Package thieves, crazy neighbors, landlord coming in without notice. It's practical. It wasn't about practicality. It was about the way my skin prickled every time I walked down the hall to my bedroom and turned my back on an open doorway. It was about how, some nights, the creak of pipes in the ceiling made me flash back to that hollow knock in my sister's hall. It was about the knowledge that, once, in one quiet house, I had been absolutely sure no one could be inside until I opened a door and found out how wrong I was. The cameras arrived in a brown box the size of a shoebox. Inside 3 little white cubes, each with a glassy black eye on the front and a flimsy plastic stand. They were smaller than I expected, like toys, too light in my hand. They connected to Wi-Fi through an app with a smiling cloud logo. They were cheap in every sense of the word. I put one on a shelf by my front door, angled down so it could see the lock and a slice of the hallway outside when I opened it. I screwed one into the wall at the end of my apartment's short hallway, facing back toward my bedroom. From there it caught the bathroom door, the closet, the entrance to my room. A whole 6 feet of space. But it felt better seeing it flattened into a 1080p rectangle on my phone. The last one I put on the dresser in my bedroom, pointing at the foot of my bed and the door. It felt overkill even as I did it. Paranoid. But every time I lay down with the door cracked and the city's noises muffled by old brick, my brain would circle back to the same thought. You never saw him until you were already too close. If I had had a hallway camera back then, if I'd been able to see him drop out of that attic hatch and move toward Emma's room in shaky black and white from the safety of my phone, would it have changed anything? I didn't know. But it made my breathing easier to fall asleep to a grid of little thumbnails labeled front, hall, bed. The app was simple. Motion alerts pinged my phone whenever one of the cameras saw something move. Most of the time it was me, or the faint flicker of headlights from the street. Or the neighbor's cat somehow squeezing under the front door gap to wander my hall like he owned the place. At night, I set them all to record continuously between midnight and 5 a.m., shoved my phone face up on the nightstand, and tried to pretend that 3 cheap cubes of plastic and glass could make me safer than my sister's deadbolts had. For months, nothing happened. I'd get the occasional ping while I was at work, front camera catching the mailman, hallway camera seeing the landlord walk by to check the boiler room, bedroom camera triggered when I forgot and left a window cracked and the curtain breathed. It got almost boring, which is exactly what I needed. The cameras fading into background noise meant I was starting to trust my walls again. Just a little. The knife under the bed stayed. The bat by the door stayed. But I stopped staring at the ceiling every time the upstairs neighbor stomped to the bathroom at 2 a.m. Then came the night I couldn't sleep. It wasn't anything special. Tuesday. Rain had passed through earlier, leaving the streets damp and reflective. I'd worked a long day and come home tired in the way that makes your bones ache, but your brain refused to shut off. I did the usual microwaved leftovers, ate hunched over the kitchen counter with my phone in one hand, scrolled through nothing, took a half-assed shower, brushed my teeth, dropped onto the bed, fully intending to be unconscious in under 5 minutes. Sleep didn't bite. I lay there, watching the shadows from passing cars smear across the ceiling, listening to my radiator hiss and the occasional distant siren smear through the night. My brain, traitor that it is, started playing the greatest hits, the hollow tap on the wall, the scraped whisper of knees on boards overhead, a high voice saying, "You're early. At 3:02, I gave up and grabbed my phone. The screen lit my face in that gross, corpse blue glow. Notifications blinked at the top: one spam email, one news alert, a couple of group chat messages. Beneath them, the security app icon waited, little clouds smiling up at me like I was doing a great job keeping my paranoia alive. I opened it. The live view came up, first 3 rectangles stacked on each other. Front, a static shot of my closed door and the sliver of hallway beyond. Empty. Hall, a fuzzy view down my interior corridor. Bathroom door closed. Bedroom door half open, nothing moving. Bed, my own body lying there from a slightly elevated angle. Covers rumpled. My head a dark shape on the pillow. Seeing myself in real time from above was always disorienting, like watching a stranger pretend to be asleep. Nothing was happening. That was the point. That was supposed to be comforting. It wasn't enough. Sleep still wouldn't come, and my brain, desperate to burn off some anxiety, flipped into obsessive mode. The app had a timeline feature, little scrub bar along the bottom of each camera's history. You could scroll back and watch sped-up playback of your empty apartment like a bad art film. I tapped into the bedroom camera's history and scrolled back a few hours, curiosity nipping at me. The footage rolled by in fast motion. I watched myself come in around 10:11 p.m., toss my keys on the dresser, kick off my shoes. The TV flicked on. The room lit an electric blue. I saw myself change shirts, wander out of frame to the bathroom, come back with damp hair. The sped-up version of me moved like an insect, jittery and too fast. I scrubbed ahead, midnight me in bed, scrolling my phone, rolling onto one side, then the other. 12:37, lights out. The room going grainy in night vision mode. Everything rendered in ghostly grayscale. Nothing for a while. Just the slow rise and fall of blankets as I breathed. I almost closed the app. Then a timestamp at the bottom caught my eye. 3:17 a.m. It jumped out because I knew from experience that's when the human brain likes to do its worst work. The witching hour, people call it. Like that means anything. I dragged the scrubber back and tapped it to stop exactly there. The feed froze. My bedroom, in black and white. Me on my side, facing away from the camera, covers up to my shoulder. The glow from the TV long gone. The only light was the faint spill from the street through the blinds. Slatted bars on the wall. The door was cracked open, maybe 8 inches. Enough to see a slice of the hallway beyond just dark and the paler rectangle of the bathroom door across. I frowned, because I usually sleep with it either more open or fully shut. This in-between felt wrong. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Still, my thumb moved almost on its own. I tapped the back arrow to jump 10 seconds earlier, then 10 more. Then I set it to play at normal speed and watched. 3:16:40. Nothing. Just me, breathing. The door at its slightly ajar angle. No movement in the hallway slice. 3:16:50. Same, my breathing maybe a little deeper. That heavy, not quite REM sighing. 3:17. Oh. I almost missed it, for 2 frames less than 1/10 of a second each. The darkness in the doorway got darker. Not like the lights dimmed, but like something absorbed them. I scrubbed back and started stepping forward 1 frame at a time. Thumb tapping the edge of the screen. Door. Slice of hall. My sleeping bag. Tap. Door. Tap. Darkness thickening at the top of the doorway. Near the frame. Tap. Something was leaning in. Not walking in. Not a full body stepping over the threshold. A shape pushed itself into the frame from higher up, at an angle that made my stomach flip. At first, it was just the suggestion of a head, bending sideways. A curve where there shouldn't be one. Then, as the seconds ticked, more. A long neck, bowed like it didn't know what ergonomics was. Shoulders that stayed out of frame, as if the torso was still rooted on the hall side. The upper third of a face, in grayscale forehead, eye sockets, the hint of a nose bridge. The eye that I could see was too big, even blurred, even pixelated. There was something wrong about it. The white took up too much space. The pupil was a dark, bottomless circle that seemed to drink in the cheap infrared light from the camera. It was angled down, staring directly at the lumpy shape of me in the bed. My own breath hitched watching it, delayed by years and distance. I tapped forward. Frame. The head canted a little farther, spine bending more than a normal human's should, as if his vertebrae were made of rubber and bad intentions. The mouth came into view a slash of gray, upturned at one corner. Frame. The head dipped lower, the neck stretching, the jawline almost horizontal now. It looked like someone had taken a normal person, grabbed them by the skull and hips, and twisted, wringing them into the doorway like wet laundry. He never stepped in. His body stayed out in the hall, invisible, anchored. Only the top half intruded a grotesque, elongated question mark leaning over the threshold, studying the room, studying me. I turned the volume up. The phone's tiny speaker hissed with digital noise for a second. At first, there was nothing but that. Then, under it, I heard my own soft, steady breathing picked up by the bedroom mic far away, nasal, embarrassingly human. The clock by the bed ticked faintly. The fridge in the kitchen cycled on and off, a dull, distant hum, and then, tucked into one 2-second slice of audio. Another sound. It was quiet. If I hadn't been straining for anything, I would have missed it. A small, hollow clack. Clack. Like hard little pieces tapping together. Not sharp enough to be metal, not dull enough to be plastic. Something in between. Organic. Old. Familiar in a way that made my jaw clench. For a second, the sound sat there with the image, the bent neck, the too large eye, the dark, soft line of a grin, the doorway framing it like a picture. Then, in the next frame, he was gone. No retreat, no walking away. One tap, head in the doorway. Next tap, nothing. Just my half-open door, slice of hall, and the faint afterimage of where that shape had been. Burned into my brain more than the pixels. My thumb hovered over the screen, trembling. I scrubbed back again, watched the sequence 5 more times. 10. Each time, I thought maybe it would change, that I would see a glitch, a compression artifact, a shadow from a passing car. Something I could box up as cheap camera bug and put on a shelf with all the other comforting lies. But every time, the same thing. 3:17 a.m. Door cracked. Darkness thickening. A head bending into view at an angle that bones shouldn't allow. An eye that didn't blink. Faint clack, clack, and then absence. On the live view, in the tiny thumbnail labeled bed, I could see my current self. Sitting upright now, covers pooled around my waist. Phone a bright rectangle in my hands. The door behind me in that live feed was shut all the way. Lock turned. Deadbolt engaged, even though you don't need a deadbolt on an interior door unless you know exactly what you're afraid of. The app pinged suddenly. Motion detected. Hall camera, 3:23 a.m. For a long second, I didn't move. The notification sat at the top of the screen. Smug. The part of me that had insisted, years ago, that I'd look stupid calling 911 over noises in the walls tried to speak up. I smothered it. My thumb hit the icon. The feed from the hallway popped up. Grayscale. The bathroom door. The blank stretch of wall. The closed bedroom door from the outside. Nothing moved. No tall shape. No shadow sliding along the floor. No bent neck reaching toward the lens. Just empty space and the faint grain of low-light video noise. The app dutifully time-stamped it anyway, 3:23:04. 3:23:05. I watched that nothing for longer than I want to admit. Phone hot in my hand. Ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. Somewhere in the building, somebody flushed a toilet. Pipes groaned. A car drove by outside, headlights smearing across my blinds in a way that, for once, didn't make my heart race. Eventually, the notification banner faded, the feed timed out, dropping back to the 3-camera grid, the holy trinity of my paranoia, now with a new stain on its history. I stayed awake until sunrise, not because I thought the cameras would save me. I knew better than that now, but because for the first time since I'd moved into the city, I had proof that my story hadn't stayed neatly folded in the past. The tall man from my sister's hallway had always been in my mind, something that belonged to that one night, that one house, a monster you shut in behind crime scene tape and drywall repairs. But monsters that know how to live in walls don't care very much about addresses. And somewhere between the hollow knock in my sister's hallway and the faint clack, clack at my bedroom door at 3:17 a.m., I realized something I hadn't let myself think before you can move to a different city. You can change your locks. You can aim cameras at every inch of your life. But if you live in a building with ceilings and crawl spaces and the thin, forgettable voids between, there is always room for someone who has already proven he knows how to live in the parts of your house you never see. 7.3, the ending you are hearing. Right now. As I am typing this, the frame is still paused on my other screen. It is a cheap, low-res, night vision still from a rented apartment in Columbus, Ohio. The kind of grainy black and white image people make fun of in comment sections, talking about potato cameras and ghost hunters with no budget. But I am not looking at the blur of my own sleeping body on the bed. I am not looking at the doorway where the darkness is a little too thick. I am looking at his wrist, even in 1080p trash quality. You can see it. A ring of small, pale segments circling his left wrist where the hoodie sleeve rides up. They are not smooth and perfect like beads from a craft store. They are irregular, some curved, some knotted, some with tiny notches. In night vision, they glow a flat, dead gray that my brain still insists on reading as off-white. When he shifts, just slightly, they separate and clack together. Even muted, I can hear it in my head. That soft clack, clack. I heard on the audio. The same sound I heard years ago beside Emma's bed. On the landing, in the hall, I used to tell myself, on the good nights, that what happened at my sister's house was contained there. A geographic curse, a story bound by walls and zip code, a tall man who knew one set of rafters and one crawl space. Seeing that bracelet on my own footage killed the last of that illusion. He is not just something that happened to us. He is something that visits. And lately, I am pretty sure he has been visiting me. The clip in question is about 20 seconds long. I have watched it so many times it feels more familiar than my own actual memories of that week. The timestamp in the corner reads 03/17/06 when the first anomaly appears. Before that, it is just me in bed, turned on my side, one arm thrown over my head, breathing slow and deep. The door is half open. I know I locked it that night. I remember standing there with my hand on the knob, turning the little thumb lock until it clicked, then turning the key in the deadbolt because yes, I installed a deadbolt on my bedroom door like a crazy person. I remember checking it. I remember telling myself, if he ever comes, he'll hit solid wood, on the screen. Though, the gap is there. Not wide, not inviting, just enough. 8 inches of black where the hall lives, cut into 3 vertical bands by the slats of the blinds in the living room, catching street light, leaking faintly under the door and along the floor. At 03/17/09, the darkness shifts. You have to slow it down frame by frame to see it properly. I tap along the timeline with my thumb, advancing one frozen moment at a time. Door, gap, hall, me, asleep, tap, door, gap, something rounding the edge from above, intruding into the rectangle like a spill. Tap, the curve of a forehead, an eye socket, the bridge of a nose. His spine is still on the other side of the wall, but his head has already broken the plane. He does not step in. He bends in. It looks wrong because every joint seems to go the opposite way. His neck is too long, bowing like a stalk. Vertebrae strung together in a way that allows them to arc and twist. His shoulder never crosses the jamb. It is like his whole torso is rooted in the hallway, and just the top of him has been pushed forward, poured into the room through the gap. The eye you can see is too big for the socket. There is more white than there should be. Pupil a blown-out black hole in the center. even through the distortion, through the compression artifacts and pixelation. You can see the intent in it. This is not a man glancing in to check if the light is off. This is something studying its subject, me. If you turn the volume up, you can hear my breathing in the background, faint and oblivious. The little cheap mic in the camera picks up the clock's tick, the hum of the fridge. Somewhere in the building, someone coughs. These are all sounds I know, the wallpaper of my life. And then, under them, layered in the space between breaths, you hear it, clack, clack. It is so small. 2, maybe 3 taps. Hard against hard. Organic. Not metal. Not plastic. Like the noise of someone absent-mindedly rolling a string of teeth between their fingers. In the next couple frames, his hand comes into view. Just the edge of it at first. Fingers curling around the door frame from the inside. The sleeve of the hoodie rides back as he reaches, exposing more of the bracelet. The little pieces catch the camera's infrared and shine dull and pale. His nails are dark crescents. He is reaching for the knob from my side of the door. I have replayed that detail more times than I can count. I know how locks work. I know you can pop an old deadbolt with enough patience, or a bad landlord might install one backwards. I know it is physically possible that he unlocked it quietly from the hall. It still feels like a violation of physics when I see his hand on the inside. Turning the knob, I locked. The knob moves, slowly, delicately, like he is trying not to trigger the cheap latch too loudly. The door swings in by fractions of an inch. 2 more frames. 3. His head tilts farther, that single eye tracking my unmoving shape on the bed. Then the footage glitches. It is not dramatic. There is no horror movie static blast, no digital scream, just 1 second of scrambled pixels, like my Wi-Fi hiccuped or the power dipped. The app even throws up a little icon, signal lost, reconnecting. When the image returns, the timestamp reads March 17th, 12. The door is almost fully closed. The gap is a thin black line now. His head is gone. His hand is gone. The bracelet is gone. The room looks exactly like it should if I had gotten up to shut the door and then gone back to bed. Except I never moved. On the audio, in that jump, there is a tiny, compressed click. The sound of a latch engaging. Then nothing but my breathing again. I did not know any of this the morning after. I woke up groggy and sore, annoyed at another night of bad sleep. I went to work. I came home. I lived my life. The only reason I even found that clip was because of one of those nights when the walls feel too thin and you scroll your own fear just to prove there is nothing there. Now. As I sit here in my kitchen, the laptop is in front of me, and my phone with the paused frame is to my right. The rest of my apartment is laid out exactly like you would expect a lower middle-class 30-something's apartment to look thrift store table. Mismatched chairs, a dented fridge humming in the corner, a strip of brown carpet worn thin in front of the sink. The sounds are all here, too. The fridge compressor buzzes, then kicks off with a soft, mechanical sigh. Somewhere down the hall, I hear the elevator cables whine and then the muted ding as it stops on this floor. Footsteps go past my door, probably the guy at the end of the hall with the late shift. Keys jingling softly in his hand. And underneath all of that, faint but insistent, there is an intermittent talk from the hallway wall, like something hard bumping the drywall from the other side. 3 taps, then a pause. 2 taps. 1. My rational brain lines up explanations. Old pipes, the radiator expanding, My upstairs neighbor dropping something, the building flexing in the night. I have lived here long enough to know how these sounds can get inside your head and walk around in your memories. But ever since I saw that 20-second clip, it is getting harder to tell the difference between house noise and him. Because here is the part that should matter to you. The person with this playing in your car, or in your earbuds, or on your TV while you do dishes. You probably think you would hear him if he ever came into your house. You probably think your dog would bark, your floorboards would shriek, your alarm would go off. You think your cameras would catch everything and send you a neat little motion alert with a thumbnail you could laugh at and post online. I used to think that too. I used to think that if something like this ever showed up in my life again, I would know right away. There would be a feeling, a chill, a cinematic cue. But the night he stood half inside my bedroom door, bent in at an angle that should have broken his spine, looking at me with that too big eye while his wrist bones clicked together. I slept straight through it. I was unconscious while he tested the lock. I triple-check every night. While he eased the door open a little farther. While he decided, that it was not the right time. That he still had more sweet ones to visit first, I do not know. All I know is that I only found out he had been there because I was bored and sleepless and curious enough to rewind my own life like security footage in a back room. So here is what I want from you, the listener. When this video ends, or when your app autoplays into something lighter and stupider, and you go about the rest of your night, I want you to remember this part, not the attic or the skull or the little bracelet of bones. Remember the quiet. Remember the way your house sounds when you think it is empty, the hum of your fridge, the tick of your thermostat, the soft rush of the heat turning on, the neighbor's TV through the wall, the distant wash of traffic. Because sometime between when you turn off the lights and when you close your eyes, there will be a moment when all of that lines up just right. And for a second, it almost sounds like the whole place is holding its breath. Before you go to sleep tonight, just listen. Really listen to whatever sound is sitting just on the other side of your bedroom door, to the space between footsteps in your hallway, to the way your ceiling creaks, like something is shifting its weight above you in the dark. If it ever goes completely quiet, not because the world calmed down, but like everything in your walls and floors and vents is waiting. If you catch yourself wondering why your dog is suddenly staring at the corner, or why the baby monitor picked up a little popping noise you cannot place, or why your cheap indoor camera skipped 1 single second at 3:17 you might not be alone. As I type that last line, the tapping in my hallway stops. For the first time in the last hour, there is no talk against the drywall. No footsteps overhead, just the low, electric buzz of my laptop fan and my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, clear as anything, right outside my apartment door, I hear 3 slow, deliberate steps on the old wooden floor. 1, 2, 3. If the guy reading this to you did not cut the audio here, you might have just heard them too.